Welcome, folks, to the September 19th meeting of the Expanded Budget Capital and Personnel Committee, and we call it to order. Initially, a couple of things. Question has been raised. We had held a meeting slot for September 26th in which we could discuss the fund balance issue and perhaps have Lori try to give us a little further explanation. Question that we have is, do we want to do that? And we need to know tonight because it would have to be noticed if we're going to have that meeting. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Go ahead.
I do have one concern, which is that it will conflict with our TCAT budget, or our TCAT board meeting, and 3 of the 9 members of that board are legislators.
Other thoughts? Dan?
I would not be available that night.
Anyone else? Seems to me we've had an awful lot of discussion about fund balance, and maybe we could postpone it, or maybe it could be done in the regular budget committee next month, for example.
Just clarification, we're talking about the 26th?
Yes. So do I hear basically we're not going to do that meeting that night? Is that all right with you, Lori? Yeah.
It's always okay to not do it.
Well, I don't want her to have had a big presentation in mind and then pull the rug out, that's all.
No, I mean, I do have a rough draft of our presentation ready, but I do want, if you're going to have it, I just want to let you know that I am taking vacation the 11th of October through the 18th. So if you're going to, I think BCP's the 10th, so that would be okay, but I just want to let you know, so.
Okay. All right, I think that, go ahead.
So I guess the question maybe I have is that if we don't meet on the 26th and we're not talking about the fund balance, then do we want to have another time to talk about the fund balance or not?
Not in the EBC, I don't think we would. Go ahead, Amanda.
Well, what about the idea of, so our first voting meeting is Thursday the 3rd of October. What if we set aside the first 30 or 40 minutes to specifically talk about that, with the intention of just everybody could say what they need to say, and then we could start in on the voting?
What do folks think about that idea?
If we had a presentation.
Okay, so that's probably going to take longer than that to have a presentation and then have questions and answers. Deborah?
Well, the presentation's kind of the important part because we said what we have to say many times.
That is true.
And it doesn't get us anywhere. So we need the presentation to form the basis of what I hope will be new things that we'll be saying about fund balance.
New quandaries.
Yeah, and we could still set a time limit. I mean, we could talk to Lori and find out how long her presentation is and still, you know, decide how much follow-up time we would allot.
Budget.
Well, we still need to tell Katrina whether or not to schedule a meeting on the 26th. Thought we were saying we weren't going to, and now I'm wondering what the group wants to do. Well, those who want to hold a meeting to hear a presentation on fund balance on the 26th, please raise your hand.
Can we just, pardon me?
No, you can't.
Can we just,
On October 26th?
No, we're talking September 26th.
can we just give some context that a couple people just arrived, that someone said that several legislators, I think 3 or 4, won't be able to be here on the 26th, and we were talking about changing that time that we talk about the budget, or the fund balance to the 3rd, at the beginning of our, October 3rd, the beginning of our
Well, that was,
budget voting
a couple
meeting.
of people had wondered about that.
Right, just want to fill people in.
Can we, I just want to move ahead. Someone want to, I'm going to ask again, how many people think we should have hold the meeting on the 26th and have a presentation at that time? Please raise your hand. Not seeing any. So that means that meeting will not happen. Now, the next question, I guess, is, are we going to try to do a presentation before one of the voting meetings of some kind? If we, and I don't have a problem with that personally, but, and I'll take your questions to Randy in a second, but it might push our voting meetings out a little further. Randy, then Veronica.
It's Chris, what the purpose of reviewing the fund balance was, is to consider the use of it. We know what it is. So I don't know why we're doing that until we get to the point of what the budget's going to be. That may be the last thing we do unless we're determining that, we're going to spend $3 million more or something, which we may. Than Lisa's proposed. I don't know. But I think also part of that is, and thank you for sending the information on our bonding. I think that's all together, because we're talking about bonding some more things in this budget, if memory serves. So I think it was the highway equipment or highway work. I'd really like to understand the bonding and where we are. Should we be bonding more things, less things? I know that discussions about the green facilities and that work, that's already been bonded some. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying that's to understand what we have in front of us is very important.
This is why we need a meeting, because people want to talk about it.
Right. But I think we've gotten the reports. We know what they are. But I think it's important also to understand what our capital is. We did some of this to ourselves. We put $9 million into a capital account for the new building. So we did these things. We did them with purpose. So, but I think we should review those to say, okay, well, we put $9 million here, we did this here, because we did a lot of movement last year.
Randy, I don't want to get into a fund balance discussion now.
That's the
I'm
purpose.
talking about what we're going to have this meeting, what it's going to report.
All right.
That's what I'm asking.
How many folks would like to see a presentation at our first voting meeting? I guess that's just about everybody, so I guess that's the way we're going to go. Dan?
A couple more thoughts. Might we consider starting a half hour earlier that day?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yes.
What's the date again?
It's October 3rd. We're supposed to start at 4:30.
Well, some
I assume
people,
that will just mean Rich
people
will
work.
miss an extra half hour.
or we could go half an hour later. The other way of looking at it. We'll decide that. We don't have to decide that tonight.
Okay.
Let's see what we can work out and see how this is going to happen. Go ahead, Dan.
And the other thing I wanted to say was, for me, what I would like to see as part of this fund balance presentation discussion is an analysis of how we got here. It does matter. I don't understand it. I'm not sure everyone really does understand. I'm not sure how many people understand it. So,
Veronica?
I just wanted to share that the reason I want a presentation about the fund balance and maybe even the capital funds, I'm not sure, is we're going to debate it no matter what. And I would prefer to start with
Information.
the most up-to-date facts from our staff expert, Lori, as opposed to arguing about the facts. So we can skip to arguing about what we should be doing given the facts.
Okay, I think unless Amanda, you got any other idea, I think we've decided this.
This was a different question.
Go ahead.
Well, it's a question for you, Mike, as the chair of this committee. In the past, when we've gotten to the voting meetings, various chairs have sort of approached it in a different way. Sometimes it's been first come, first serve, that, which item we might take up first. Sometimes it's been by department. So I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I'm just wondering what the process will be at those voting meetings of what item we take up and in what order.
Well, I don't know if that's been decided, except that we want to make sure that if we're talking about a particular department's budget at OTRs, that they're present. And so they need to know when we're going to be talking about that. And if we don't have it pretty much set up as a list, much like we have a list here, I don't know how else we would do that.
That's fine. I guess I'm just wondering, that you as the chair would determine what the order of that list is, so.
Well, I would say that I look to advice on that, just like we did on, I asked for the order of these folks we have for the presentations to be grouped by committee, if we could.
Yeah, and that might be just fine.
Norma would like to say something.
I just wanted to share that as we've done in the last couple of years, we will be sending out a form for folks to be able to indicate if they have amendments that they want to bring forward. And when we get those amendments, we do contact the departments to let them know that that's being considered. I don't know if that's the direction that you folks want to take, but just wanted to let you know that that will be covered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lori.
Yeah, I would appreciate if anybody has any questions that you want me to specifically cover, to send me that in an email, and I can design that presentation to address them. I've already started with the questions I've received in the past, and your note, I just took notes from what you said today, but if there's anything you want to clarify or want me to show, please let me know and I can tailor it that way.
Okay. I wanted to give Dan a couple of minutes. He wanted to present something.
Just a quick announcement, actually. So everyone should have received a doodle poll today to schedule further interviews. However, we need to redo it. There were some issues, so you'll be receiving something else tomorrow, and we'll start again fresh. Sorry about that.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed? Well, the first office that we're going to be talking about tonight is the Office of Human Rights. And I see on the screen we have Ken Clark. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
When you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Okay. This was a preloaded presentation, so I think I may have Dominic to thank for this photograph on the screen. Let's see. Okay.
Here we see it.
Okay. So OHR is a small department, as many of you know. 2 FTEs currently on staff with a relatively small budget in comparison to our fellow departments. But we utilize the resources available to us to provide support to county residents who experience discrimination or need referrals and produce quality human rights education and outreach opportunities. In recent years, we have appreciated having the resources for programming and outreach through multi-year OTRs. This funding has also supported outreach efforts of the Human Rights Commission, OHR's advisory board. The 5% cut in the OHR budget was drawn from programming funds and travel training expenses. On face value, this reduction would negatively impact our capacity to support expenses for our monthly programming and annual events such as the City County Juneteenth Celebration and Democracy Fest. For this reason, we have requested a continuation of the 3rd and final year of an extended OTR, which I'll address shortly. Excuse me. As for travel and training, reduced funding will require increased selectivity related to conferences and professional development, as well as budgetary monitoring. OHR made a request earlier in the year to restore funding for the .5 FTE program and outreach assistant position This position was revised from a full-time equivalent to a half-time equivalent of 20 hours while preparing for the 2022 budget season. In making this change, OHR considered county budgetary constraints and the best utilization of office funds as well as office priorities and its public engagement. The person in this position would work with me in the planning, implementation, and evaluation of OHR's inclusive justice-oriented programming, which addresses contemporary topics, commemorates months celebrated by marginalized communities, promotes civic engagement, and provide updates and changes in housing and human rights law. This addition to OHR staff would enhance our efforts to contribute to the county's strategic priorities of health and safety, under which heading is listed the expansion of education and outreach from OHR. This addition would also contribute to the strategic operation plan objective of economic opportunity and quality of life, especially as it relates to appealing, affordable, and sustainable housing. Housing concerns are one of the two most frequent inquiries to which our office responds, the other one being employment. It corresponds with the vision articulated by the county in Europe, excuse me, that all residents thrive in a supportive, healthy, safe, and inclusive environment. And so we feel that this position can contribute to OHR's commitment to embody the county values of respect, accountability, integrity, and scholarship. We made an initial request to restore the 5% cut, but will not pursue this option. And instead, we want to request the approval of the third year of one-time multi-year funding for our program. If approved, then we will have ample funding for our work and resources to support the Human Rights Commission. So I would welcome any questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. I'll open up for questions. I see Amanda, then Deborah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clark. So my question is about the restoration of funding for the program and outreach assistant, sorry. And just trying to clarify, so this was a position that was cut in half in 2022.
Yeah.
And so this is not a restoration from a cut this year.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is like an additional OTR.
Yes, and that includes the fringe, so the total comes out to about $40,000
Right.
plus dollars, but $26,000, I believe, for the position itself.
Okay, and then, so on that, it's called Program and Outreach Assistant. Is that the
Yes.
same position as the Education and Outreach Coordinator?
Yes, it's a modification.
Okay. But it's not like an additional position, it would be the other half of the Education and Outreach Coordinator?
No, we did a revision of the position so that this person would assist me in the development of programming as opposed to being the primary person generating the program.
Okay.
And would also attend to certain logistical details and such that, related to program.
Right, I guess I'm sorry, I'm just still confused. So would this be so I'm just looking at your FTE chart. So you have the 3 individual positions. So this would be a 4th position at 0.5.
Actually, no.
Okay.
No. We have 2 full-time positions, myself and Carmen and Roya. Lourdes Cabrera, who had worked with us as an information aide, no longer works with us because because the funding that we had used to fund her position had run out. And so we only have 2 positions. This would be a half-time, 20-hour position that I'm proposing, this program and outreach assistant, which formerly was known as the person who did programming and outreach.
Okay, thanks.
Deborah?
Thank you. I've got a series of questions, if you don't mind.
No.
So I know that one of the main things that your office does is provide programs for the community. How many programs did you sponsor this year?
In terms of count, I know that we did a King commemoration program. We also did the Human Rights Arts Competition Awards program, one Black History Month program in February. We also did the Juneteenth, City County Juneteenth commemoration, Democracy Fest, and I'm trying to think of what else we did. So I would say at least 6 programs, if not more.
So Democracy Fest, Juneteenth, what was the other one that you mentioned specifically?
Let's see, we did the King commemoration, event in January. Human Rights Arts Competition event, awards event, and that was in January also. Black History Month program. Excuse me. And I don't know why this isn't rated. We've done one other program, but also the Juneteenth event in June, and Democracy Fest in August. And this past Monday, we did a program that's part of a 3-part series, second of a 3-part series on racism, immigration, and dispossession, which was held at the Board Warner Room at the library.
Okay, thank you. And can you give us a rough estimate of how many people participate in or attend these programs?
It varies. I mean, we could have, in terms of online programs, we could have, say, 20 to 30 folks, and sometimes more people than that. In other cases, it fluctuates. It really does. It could be 20 people. It could be sometimes, on rare occasions, it could be, a small group under 10. But since most of what we've done has been online, which seems to be, despite our desire to do more in-person programming, seems to be pretty viable. We can often get maybe 30, I would say anywhere from 30 to 50 people. And then an additional visits to see those videos that follow the program. And sometimes they will get up to as many as 200 some people. Okay,
And then the other thing that's mentioned in the book is that you do telephone and in-person consultations.
Yes.
It's my understanding that several years ago, the state said we weren't allowed in Tompkins County to prepare and file human rights complaints. So,
That's correct.
So what are the consultations that you do?
Well, people will come in, and, they will call, or there will be people who just walk in the office or make an appointment by email to talk about whatever their concern is. As mentioned a moment ago, the primary complaints people have to do with employment and housing. What we do is provide them the information to access the New York State Division of Human Rights website, where they can download the appropriate complaint forms and send them to the state, at which time the state then determines whether they want to investigate further to determine probable cause that discrimination occurred. So we do not, the state advises us not to fill out the forms for individuals or to mail them, but to have individuals do it. Basically, they come, in many cases, then people need to unburden themselves, because of what they have experienced. And we create that space for them to talk and to express themselves, and then provide them guidance toward the State Division website. And the state takes over at that point, and we inform them that once they submit that complaint form, then it's in the state's ballpark to respond and to address the issue as they will, or whether or not they choose to do so.
Can you give a rough estimate as to how many people you serve in a month, in the last year, whatever?
I would say maybe I would say somewhere, if in a given year, we may see, 50 to 60 or more people who actually come in and who may file complaints, or they will talk to us about the complaints. And there are others that we see as well who concerns don't really come up to the standard of a complaint. I mean, they're not able to identify how they're being discriminated against. But they may have an issue really that's really a labor issue, for example. And we refer people to the appropriate human services agency to address their concern.
So that's 50 or 60 in a year that end up filing complaints, and then other people that you just help understand that they don't have a colorable complaint.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go to Ann and then Susan.
Thank you. Ken, I was just looking through your budget, and I know you've maybe have explained this to us before, but if you could succinctly, because I know we have a lot of other things tonight, but just very quickly explain the difference, because these are significant items in your budget, and I know you're looking at reducing them, proposed for next year, but professional services in 2024, that was 8,000, education and promotion, 37,000, program expense, 11,000. So maybe just what's the difference in all those, or what are all those things?
Well, historically, we've used that $8,000 as part of our partnership with CNY Fair Housing. This year, because of a number of different circumstances, we were not able to partner this year, along with the fact, too, CNY has also expanded its reach, not only through central New York, but in the North Country and in the Southern Tier. And so we are planning to reestablish our connection next year in terms of scope. So that money has been designated for CNY Fair Housing to do programming that would be focused on realtors, on front-end managers, tenants, to help provide updates in human rights law as well as housing law that is of interest and of importance to those respective communities. The funding, the other funding, is utilized for programming, all of which I described in the presentation. And so, and there are a couple of other, a couple of buckets in which that rest right now.
Is that okay?
I didn't really catch your last sentence there.
I was saying the other funding is the funding that we tap into for the variety of programming that we offer annually.
Which is different than education and promotion. I guess the last thing I just want to mention is that I know you've said about having things online, you get a lot more people. Maybe I would just like you to consider and check in more with the community. I've been hearing from organizations and people that they would like more in-person things now that COVID's done. So if you could, or maybe we can discuss that at WDIC or somewhere. We can discuss it further, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. I'm receptive to that. I'm doing more things, in person or some combination thereof. Yeah, I'm very open.
Thank you.
Susan? Then Veronica?
Hello, Dr. Clark. I have a question about programming and how you count the numbers. There's a number of programs that are done by the Human Rights Commission. For example, the Unmute Yourself, which was very successful. And are those included in your programming numbers for the Office of Human Rights?
Not directly. We have provided, last year, we submitted a budget to provide some support to the Human Rights Commission, and we want to draw from funding allocated to us for this upcoming year to do the same. And so I don't really count. They are sort of under our rubric, but they are being generated by the commission themselves. And so, I don't take.
Folks, we're going to we have a technical problem. Ken, it's not your fault, but we're going to have to recess for a bit and reset the cameras and the technical stuff. So if we could hold off for just a few minutes, we'd appreciate it, then we would continue.
Sure.
Feet cut off by the end of this budget season.
The ugliest,
Was it that bad?
And everybody's like, it was so cool to be that brutalist, ugly style.
Thumbs up? He's ready. He's ready.
Yeah, it is good.
Okay, we're back in session after a recess because there was apparently a power outage that required us to reboot up all of our equipment. Ken Clark, we apologize to you in the middle of your presentation, answering questions. Let's go back to Susan. Susan, why don't you ask the questions that we were asking?
The question that I had asked is how the programs that are presented by the Human Rights Commission are counted, if they're counted as part of the programming for you. If you include them in your statistics.
Well, I haven't of late. I just sort of kind of acknowledge those as sort of derivative of the commission. And then I want to credit for those not being directly involved in the planning and organization of it, though, we provided funding for that and for other outreach efforts of the commission.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Similar to that, can you clarify for us how the Human Rights Commission's budget is, where that appears in your budget and how that works? If my understanding is that any money they have to spend comes through your office.
Last year, we had submitted an itemized, or the commission submitted an itemized set of requests that they had requested our assistance in either purchasing or utilizing, for instance, in case of there was an event at a college, which was a sort of an open house sort of event that was created. And so it's not specifically designated in the budget that you have in front of you. It comes from our programming resources. This year we did not have an itemized list, but I did have a preliminary conversation with Chair Soyinka Arwelin, Chair of the Commission, and said that I would also be willing to provide about $3,000 for the work of the commission for 2025, one pending approval of the budget by the legislature.
I see the $3,000 is referred to in the description of your third OTR, the year 3 of the multi-year one, which is recommended, but to help me understand, if that OTR were not approved, would the Human Rights Commission have access to any money via your budget?
Now, we're hard pressed to do so. Part of, depending on that funding, part of that funding for the commission.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I am looking here at a couple of different lines, and so I'll have a number of questions, so I appreciate you bearing with me and taking it one by one. If I'm looking at 8040 human rights budget 54333, education and promotion, the modified budget for fiscal year 24 shows 37,324, and it says year to date, which when the budget book was produced, as 1,538. Can you explain where the difference of those funds are, or if those have been spent or not spent, or if you're planning to spend them in the last 4 months of your budget?
Those funds, those are funds that I will be using for the remainder of the year. And that was fun. We wound up for a few months having to reallocate some of that funding to pay for the information aid position, but knowing that that funding was not going to be guaranteed, we put in the end, we stopped doing that. Now, what you asked me about the second budget,
Well, I guess my question is, if I'm doing the math right, you've got your fringe, you've got a burn rate of about $5,000 a month in fringe. You've got 4 months left based on the budget book. You've got 10,000 left to spend, so you're going to be over budget in fringe if my math is correct and I'm following along. You have about $35,000 or so in education and promotion that it sounds was potentially a portion of that or some period of the year reallocated to pay for the information aid position that wasn't budgeted. And then I'm also looking at, you only have about 27,000 left in regular pay based on the year-to-date numbers. So I'm just kind of confused at where it's going and how it's being spent, and why we don't have a budget adjustment yet for funds out of education and program being reallocated to salaries and wages.
In terms of that funding, I mean, the funding is sitting, I did a budget transfer back in, I think it was May, that was related to the daughter system position. And that lasted through August the 16th, which was her last day in health. In terms of the budget, I guess, in terms of what remains for the remainder of the year, I mean, there are just now 2 of us on staff. And to my knowledge, I mean, there was, you know, there were not any concerns, I guess, related to that budgetarily, at least none that were brought to my attention or any that I saw. You know, I don't know whether that's fully answering the question.
It doesn't, but I guess in the interest of time, I don't want to belabor the point. I guess the only point I would make is, I would hope that these numbers could tell a better story, and that continues to be a repeated theme during this portion of the budget process, at least for the two years that I've been a part of it. It feels like longer. But I think that there's questions that are repeatedly asked about programs, attendance. There's education and promotion. There's a significant amount of money not spent. So as we're sitting here trying to evaluate what funds and what priorities to place, we need to evaluate what's unspent and what's been spent year to date. So if we don't have the full picture, or we don't have a good narrative to tie back to these numbers, it's hard for me to make a decision to grant OTRs and other requests when it shows in certain lines that a significant amount has either been unspent or reallocated to something else. So I guess that's more of a statement than a question, and I would hope that we could continue to refine this to better highlight some of the work that is being done.
We do need to get to other presenters. Are there any more questions for Dr. Clark? Ken, thank you so much for coming in and presenting this to us tonight. And I think you've answered questions for us, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been good to be here.
Okay, next we're going to go to animal control. Jim Boudreau's here? He's on Zoom. Okay. Hello, Jim.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome. We're glad to have your presentation whenever you're ready.
Sure thing. Yeah, I can't quite tell if it's up on my screen, but I assume that it is or will be shortly. We try to, or at least in the past couple of years, we've tried to provide our infographics as a roadmap for y'all to sort of focus and see the work that we do on an annual basis. So we hope that that's clear to everybody.
Jim, we're not seeing a presentation yet.
Okay. I'll just keep yammering.
Okay.
But you'll see there, when it does come up, you'll see the basically our statistics from the year prior, We like to highlight obviously our spay and neuter work, the clinics that we provide to the community for low-cost spay and neuter, the animals that come in and out of our shelter, and the people that make that happen, whether that be foster parents or adopters or any of the number of people that support us through multiple needs.
Jim?
Yes.
Jim, I think you have to share your Zoom screen, your presentation on Zoom.
Yeah, we don't have it here.
I'm working on it.
Oh,
I'm coming.
Norma's helping you, I
Okay.
guess.
As long as
Thank you, Norma.
someone's working on it, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Jim, go ahead.
Not at all, not at all.
Oh, there it comes.
Okay, there we go, there.
Pretty dog.
Yeah. I think we can probably move to, yeah, okay. We can start with trends, if we'd like to. We're just noticing some trends. Did it go away? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it there?
Nope.
Not the first time it's been a lost dog in the camp.
There it is.
There it is.
Cute dog again. Next. Actually, Norma, if you're controlling that, why don't we skip to the third slide, I'm sorry.
Second one's up.
Real quick, since I was referencing them. Or we can stay here.
We've got the second one.
Okay.
Now we got the third
So
one.
again, just as a visual reference of what went on at the SPCA last year, we continue to, like I said, highlight our work through the graphics in this way over the past couple of years. Again, it lets people know, and we post these to our website as well, it lets people know in a quick snapshot the work that we do, particularly the animals that are coming to our shelter, where they're coming from, where they're going, some of the other work that we're doing for our community assistance program, how our foster families play a role in what we do, the volunteers that help us at the shelter. And we use a lot of benchmarks at the SPCA to look at our work, and we're very obviously data driven. So we look at trends year after year to sort of understand again what is happening in our shelter. So length of stay is very important to us, how long an animal is with us. While our shelter here is absolutely wonderful, it's still just a temporary home to these animals. So getting them into a permanent home is obviously our goal. So length of stay is very important to us, and not just to us in terms of their time with us, but to the welfare of the animal long term as well. If we move to the next slide, we have some graphs that sort of illustrate the spay and neuter work that we do over the last, I think we have 9 years of data there, 8 years of data. We obviously can't have everything there because it gets too much. One thing that is concerning might not be the right word, but one of the things that I said in my first slide, a trend that we are seeing is, one of the goals for any animal shelter, especially ours, is by driving, a strong spay and neuter program, you should be seeing intakes decreasing over time. And you could very much see that, 2015 leading right up to the pandemic in 2019. We definitely consider 2020 anomalous in terms of our intake, just because there were many people who weren't going to bring you the kittens that they found on the side of the road, or weren't going to be as concerned or vigilant about a potentially homeless animal during a time where they were concerned about their own safety or welfare. But we have, obviously, as you can see, 2021 and till now, the trend continuing back up. What we don't want to see happen is that trend to sort of creep back up into 2017 or 2016 time range, because it only takes a couple of years without really, animal populations can rebound very quickly. So we're keeping an eye on that trend to sort of understand, why that's happening. While it isn't completely unexpected after a lower intake year in 2020 and the reasons that led to it, we are definitely trying to amp up some of our additional efforts in the community. For example, if you look at TNR cats for 2023, for example, that's on there, we TNR'd, which is trap, neuter, release, about 165 cats in Tompkins County. Out of concerns where a lot of times that's where a lot of the population is coming from, unaltered cats that are free roaming in the community. So this year we have already done a 6-week clinic that has done 147 of those cats in a 6-week time frame. So we are trying to target certain areas and certain populations that we know could be a problem for us with intake in the future. So if we go back to the first slide, just to kind of talk about those trends real quickly, the trends that we're keeping our eye on are our intake has been growing steadily back to pre-pandemic levels, but again, it's something we definitely want to monitor because it only takes a year or two for populations to rebound very quickly, as I said. We're definitely seeing a lot of increased activity relating to certain unhoused populations, requests for veterinary services, places like, the Super 8, the Art House, the Asteria downtown, the Jungle for sure. We're seeing a lot of concerns there with animal populations that are growing and not shrinking. We're seeing concerns there with under-vaccinated animals that are coming to the shelter, with dogs in particular with diseases like parvo. We've tried to do some additional just vaccination clinics in partnership with some other organizations in town. We did one at the Super 8 this past spring. My staff, we actually had several cases from Asteria this past month, 3 of which involved deceased dogs from parvo. So my staff went down there to administer vaccinations, which is basically all you can hope to do. They were able to administer 8 to whatever animals they could find and humans that were willing to do it at that point. But those pockets of animals that are the most at risk are obviously a concern to us, especially with a lack of veterinary care. And then just in general, like, any local business or anything else we hear, staff and growing expenses are an ongoing issue, and we're just managing those as best we know how and as we have proven we can over the years. So I hate to rush through that, but I know you're probably all pressed for time as well, but happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you, Jim, and I will open it up for questions. I see Mike Sigler's hand.
Hi, Jim. I want to thank you for coming in. I don't really want to spring this on you, but I don't think I'm really springing anything on you. We had some people at just our meeting on Tuesday. They came in and they were concerned about the shelter. I mean, it's always prided itself on being a no-kill shelter, and they were concerned that maybe the shelter's not meeting the numbers required to actually meet that definition.
I mean, I would completely disagree with that. Again, we are data-driven, so all I can do is provide you with our numbers. Our live release rate in 2023 was 93.45%. That is the second highest in the last 7 years. In the last 4 years, it was the highest. I know a lot of concerns that have been raised in the past few months, very much focus around dog euthanasias. To give you an idea, and again, this is stuff that we chart and we graph and we keep the data on. To give you some idea, when I started there in 2011, roughly 72 dogs were euthanized for behavioral reasons that year. Now, granted, I started there in May, so about halfway through the year. The year after that, 44. The year after that, 36. Last year, it was 14. We're running this year, year to date, for about 8. So I understand that people have raised those concerns, but the truth is that the data doesn't support those concerns.
Okay.
Dan Klein.
Yeah, I have something that I'd like to say. I've heard from many people associated with the Tompkins County SPCA this year, and I'm concerned that something is not right in your organization. Numerous staff and volunteers have used words like intimidation, fear, and retaliation. And I've heard many stories of staff being fired and volunteers being dismissed for what they say is offering a dissenting opinion. These are big red flags for me. There are always disgruntled employees, and there are always difficult personnel issues to deal with. But when a large number of members of an organization are in rebellion, it is up to the leadership to acknowledge the dissent and to take clear action as necessary. I am looking for a push for inclusivity in your organization. I believe you should start with an organization-wide 100% anonymous survey of the SPCA staff and volunteers to gather their evaluation of the leadership and direction of the organization and to make the survey results available to everyone. I know that just recently the volunteers brought up the idea of having an anonymous suggestion box. Leadership responded by telling them to just email their concerns. When people are feeling fearful of retaliation, they are not likely to put their concerns in an email to you. It will be difficult for me to vote in favor of giving taxpayer money to an organization that is not being what I would consider inclusive. By inclusive, I mean actively taking the temperature of the employees and volunteers in decision-making. The SPCA has a large pool of goodwill in this community. There was an outpouring of concern about the workings of the organization earlier this year. I was looking for a strong signal and strong actions from the organization to reassure the public that the concerns of the staff and volunteers were being taken seriously. I have not seen those strong signals and actions, and I am still looking for them. I believe that the large pool of goodwill that the SPCA has in the community is at stake here. I would like to see this issue addressed head-on. The SPCA does important work for the county, and we all want the organization to succeed. I would like to feel more confident about allocating this use of taxpayer funds. And I'm hoping to have a reaction to this statement. It does not need to be tonight, but sometime in the near future.
So Dan, that was a statement. Do you have a question?
Yes. Can you give us a response to the statement, to what I've said? It doesn't have to be tonight, but sometime in the near future.
Sure. I mean, we would be happy to respond to that. We think we've certainly responded to in the past. I'm sorry that you feel as though you have not received an adequate response. Our board of directors, when presented with the concerns that people might have raised, investigated those concerns, found that there was no merit to those concerns. We have in the past, certainly every year that I've been there, we have surveyed our volunteers, we have surveyed our employees. The option has been to remain anonymous. I definitely know what you're talking about with a recent suggestion about the suggestion box. However, that was in regards to something that was operational. It was not in regards to something that was philosophic or something that, somebody would need to remain anonymous for. I think that situation that you're referring to was truly if you need us to help you better perform your job, please let us know how we can. But I definitely think that any questions that you might have, we have the answers to. And if you want to ask those questions of us, we are happy to provide you with those answers. We are prepared to, our board of directors is prepared to. As an organization, we value everything that our volunteers and staff do for us, and we have always maintained a policy of openness. In my time there, I will tell you, I have let an entirety of, and I've been there 13 years, I've let 3 staff members go. I think I've asked one volunteer in 13 years to step away from their position. I value and respect everybody's opinions. They provide them very freely, as you might imagine. So I'm disappointed to hear that you feel that way. But like I said, I think we can take any of your concerns and provide you with reasons why they are not necessarily as concerning as you think they might be.
Thank you for your response. And Dan, perhaps if you have specific things or want response from that, perhaps you can ask Jim or the board for a response before we get into voting meetings. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but Dan did reach out to our board as well, so he does have their contact information. He is more than welcome to contact them at any time, as well as me as well. I'm happy to answer any questions that Dan or any legislator or community member has.
Thank you.
Anyone else has questions? Jim, thank you for your presentation tonight, and I think we're going to move on, and sorry to be a little behind here because of our technical problems.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, now we're going to the Veteran Services and Memorial Celebrations. This is section 4, page 372, or 272 of the book. J.R. Claiborne is here. J.R., and whenever you're ready.
Right. Good evening, everybody. Let's see if I can work the Zoom magic here. It's weird to see me on screen. Excuse me. This one. There. Okay. I think I've got it all now. All right. Good evening, everybody. And,
Good evening.
Wow, it's different sitting here. Thank you. It's good seeing you. Good seeing everybody here. Just never seen it this long before. So, good evening, and thank you. I'm J.R. Claiborne, Director of Veteran Services, and I don't have much to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
I'm here about our Veteran Services and Veteran Services Department and Memorial Services. As you see here, our department exists to connect veterans with eligible benefits on our local, federal, and state levels. We do this through a combination of consultation, referral, and advocacy. We currently have a staff of 2 FTEs serving a population estimated at 3,665, which does not include the active military members that are here, reservists, and their families. We currently have underway a reopened search for our Veteran Services officer. And I should also take a time to make note here, too, that for part of this year, we had the services of a project assistant who really helped us make some things happen with our department, and I've been very, very fortunate that she was able to join us when she did. A little bit about our programming and direct service to our veterans community, as I like to say. We also provide a variety of programming, and we also host meetings and special events, and those include our Warrior Writers Tompkins, which meets twice a month, our Women Veterans Group, which is our newest group, meets monthly, Veterans Advisory Council, which I host that meeting bi-monthly, excuse me. Veterans Quarter, our Veterans Coffee House, which have been able to do that through with McGraw House, and we do that as part of our Veterans Week celebrations, and we're looking at ways to do that more often. And also our Vietnam era Veterans Recognition, which we had this past March, which is really something, and we do quite a few things with the our local VVA chapter, but they like having us. They like having us, and we like being a part of what they do, including helping co-host their Watchfire, which will be tomorrow evening, Friday, 7 o'clock out at Lansing, Myers Point, just to make sure to plug that. And we do this through collaborations and partnerships with multiple organizations, including those that I just mentioned. Also, Team RWB, Cornell Veterans Colleague Network Group, Cornell Undergraduate Veterans Association, Southern Finger Lakes Veterans Connections, New York State, and several more. And just on that note, one of the other things, I didn't put it here, but I feel proud of it because it was a great event. We just last Friday had a co-sponsored with Team RWB and Cornell Undergraduate Veterans Association, or CUVA, back to school barbecue for student veterans. And we did that out at Cass Park and had veterans from IC and Cornell come through. So that was a good time. And one of the things that I actually thought was of note, and I've heard this in the news before, but it was interesting to see that no one brought a beer or brought anything. Usually somebody always has a stash somewhere. You see everybody walking up to the car, but no, everybody was happy. They drank the mess out of the water and the pop that we brought, but it was just really good. And I asked their president about it, and he said that they really don't do that. A lot of the newer veterans now don't really drink. So I thought that was interesting to see and hear, because I've heard it in the news, and I'm like, yeah, sure, they're in college. But actually, that is what I witnessed. So I thought that was something to see. For our budget impacts, we have absorbed the 5% cut in our existing budget. So we have no OTRs at this time. I do stress at this time, crossing fingers, everything goes well. The reduction impacts reduction impacts our outreach and interdepartmental operations due to limiting our memberships with their veteran organizations and access to key software to help assist our veterans record creation and maintenance, as well as key elements of direct service. Other impacts will likely occur as we go throughout the new year, but I'm hoping that we can be able to maintain everything within our budget. Just to skip over to our memorial celebrations, which is the other part of my, under my budget. This is the budget that supports the purchase of flags for the graves of cemeteries around the county. This is usually the biggest purchase that I one-time purchase. We will be able to absorb that into the current budget also. I can't promise that in the future years, but for right now, I think we'll be able to manage that. So I get to say that I'm actually not asking for anything this year, but just in case. Thank you, and are there questions?
Thank you, JR. Thank you for plugging the watch fire tomorrow night. And if anybody hasn't been to that, it is moving. There's a ceremony before the fire. The students from Cornell and the various ROTC programs come down. And there's other veterans groups there, like the Vietnam veterans who sponsor this. And it's well worth seeing. If you've never been to one, you should come.
And also, if you have any torn, faded, torn up, tired flags, trying to say too many things at once, you can bring those to the flag disposal bin that I have, or you can use that as your reason to go up to the watch fire, and you can have those, put those on the fire for their official retirement. Thank you, Mike, for mentioning that.
I just wondered, JR, how the staffing in your office is set up now.
Well, right now we have, I have my info aide back. She was out on leave, but she's back now. My project assistant that I had, she was back. She actually just came back today. So I have her for another month before I lose her again, and that position will be discontinued in the new year. So right now, that's what we have. I do, as I mentioned, have the VSO position. That's back out again. Thank you to HR and admin.
VSO is?
I'm sorry, Veteran Service Officer.
Okay.
So that will be someone who's able to do a lot of what I do minus the administrative duties that I have. And that is somebody that once they're there, we get them up to speed. They have about 9 months to get accredited with the VA, and there are a few different agencies that we can go through with that. But once they're up to speed, that'll be able to take a big load off of what I do and allow us to be able to expand more of how we operate as a department.
Do you keep track of the number of requests for veteran services that you receive from veterans, and do you know how long it takes to turn them over and get questions resolved for them?
That is a very good question. Right now, I don't have those numbers right here, but I will tell you that.
I didn't mean for you to have them tonight. I just want to know if you do that process.
Yes, sir. Actually, that's been kind of a work in progress because it was getting away from me at first, and then we've tried to put some things in place to record them better. Right now on our activity log, I think we're looking at about 420 right now for the year of just different requests for calls. A lot of those calls and emails result in appointments for claims. Sometimes they are calls for other assistance. So I can't tell you right now, but I would say that I probably average on a low end, I want to say very conservatively 6 claims a month. And that may sound low, but that involves probably about 6-8 hours each claim because it usually happens over a series of about three different contacts, not including the back and forth emails, back and forth phone calls where someone has questions or I've got to get back to them about some records that they've shown me and I need to ask them to correct them. We also have a lot of back and forth with they'll ask me to check with the VA on the status of their claim, or maybe the VA has sent them a letter and asked them something, or they've received a call from one of the evaluators that do what's called a compensation and pension exam, who have a lot of questions about whatever the conditions are that they're claiming. So there's a lot of back and forth that goes on. So yes, each claim represents a good deal of time invested.
Thank you. Other questions? JR, thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Very
And
clear.
please, if
Thank
there
you
are
for
any-
the photos.
Yes, sir. If
And
there are any questions, please reach out
Did
to
you
me
mention that
anytime.
this photo was at the Vietnam recognition?
Yes, and
Which was a wonderful thing that your group put on.
thank you very much. It was our honor to do it. Right. And yes, please, I left out the big news here. I think some of you have heard me, but one of the bigger things that's happened here this summer, which has been quite busy, was moving. So we actually have our own independent four walls now. So we've been the gracious, COFA has been our gracious host, I should say, but having somebody there for 5 years, that's kind of a long stay. So it's very great to be able to have our four walls. They've got their space back, and so we're still in the process of moving, but it's amazing if you ever want to see the work that facilities can do out of seemingly nothing, just come by our place. Let me know so I can try to clean up ahead of time, but come by and see our place because it's really amazing what they've been able to do, and we're just really appreciating being there. And so it's like everything that we do is a first, but it's really exciting to say that Tompkins County now has a home for, its first home for Tompkins County Veteran Service as a dedicated space.
Thank you so much.
Is that in the back of COFA?
Yes, it is.
There?
Yes, so we're in what
They
used to-
carved out a spot for you back there.
Right, in the large conference room. I think a while back it housed the Sustainability Center.
Right.
But it's night and day from what that was to what we have now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We're very proud of it. And thank you for admin and facilities, ITS, everybody that's been involved. It really shows that it's a team effort whenever you're trying to make something happen in the county.
Thank you very much, JR.
Thank you.
Next, we have our largest department, our Social Services Department. And Kit. Kit, is she on the screen or is she?
I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. And I'm going to try to share my screen.
All right.
Let's see if I can actually do that successfully. Let's see, got to find my presentation here. There we go. And
Are Deanna and Tom with you also?
so yes, I'm actually pleased to say that tonight, Dina Bodnar, our Deputy Commissioner, Thomas Toll, the Director of Administrative Services, and Tom Hurden, who you're familiar with and has been consulting with Thomas on this budget, so he's with us as well tonight. Let's see, I'm trying to get this, can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it should be in presentation mode now, is it?
No, not yet.
It's not, okay. Not sure why that's not going there.
Well, we can see it.
Can you, okay. So I'll get going and I'm hoping that it will pop over. I'm not sure why it's not going into presentation mode. It's on my screen that way. So I'm not sure what's going on with it. Sorry.
Dominic, do you know how to help?
Katrina's suggesting that you stop sharing and then try to reshare.
Sure. So let's try this again. Oops. Okay. All right. Do you guys have it now in presentation mode?
No, we can see your notes.
Ah, I'm so sorry.
Not to worry, we'll get there.
Okay, actually, Katrina, do you want me to stop sharing and you can actually put it up on the screen? Because I know you have it.
Yeah, Corey said she can pull it up for you. Just give us a minute.
Okay. Right. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why it's not working. Great. Okay.
There we are.
Great. So I'll give a heads up when I need to move from slide to slide. Let me know if I forget. So we are, just to give people a reference, In the county administrator's recommended budget on OpenGov, the page that corresponds to our budget are in section 4, and on the PDF version, it's pages 238 to 255. So in putting together the budget, there are always challenges and considerations to take into account. And one of the greater challenges that the Department of Social Services always faces is what we know and what we don't yet know as we develop our budget and look ahead to next year. We refer to these as our known unknowns. And for this year, we always try to look at what are the uncertainty in legislative or coming program changes and how they will affect our budget. Our known unknown slide is a brief review in those areas that we're currently watching. And so right now, it's difficult to predict how exactly national, regional, local economic trends might impact our economic assistance caseloads. Calls from families to social services inquiring about eligibility for cash assistance and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, are continuing as families are seeing the impacts of inflation and paying more for things like food and gas. Another unknown, as you're aware, our New York State homeless population continues to increase, and Tompkins County continues to see increases in the numbers of individuals and families that are seeking shelter. Presently, Tompkins County Social Services is assisting a total of 112 people. That's 89 adults and 23 children with sheltering related to homelessness. And as we look at shelter changes, increasingly we are seeing more families with children utilize shelter. Presently, we have 11 families with children that are in shelter. And last year, at our highest use of shelter in
Kit,
the winter,
you're a little bit muffled. Sorry, but you're a little bit muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see if I can change that.
That's better.
When you lean forward, it's better.
Okay, so I'll lean forward. Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So last year, our highest use of shelter in the winter was in January with 172 people in shelter. And a complication of sheltering is the increased pressure of very limited shelter locations. Many local resources for sheltering, such as hotels and providers, have really dwindled. And as everyone's aware, we've had to be very creative in preparing for this year's upcoming Code Blue season due to all of those challenges. Another known unknown related to this issue is how the changes that we're making to the Code Blue sheltering this year may impact the eligibility caseloads in temporary assistance. If people perceive that they will have better accommodations by applying for and complying with requirements for temporary housing assistance, it may be predictable that we will see people transition out of the Code Blue programming into receiving temporary assistance. Another known unknown that affects families in our community are the questions that are surrounding child care funding and programs. I want to take a moment to say here that this program is known now as child care, but the state agencies used to refer to it as daycare, and you'll see that it is still listed in the county budget as daycare. So over the past 4 years, New York State has made significant changes to expand the eligibility for low-income child care, and we at Social Services have been actively promoting this expansion and encouraging families to apply. The state is making more money available to encourage utilization of this program. For example, a household of 3 would have previously been ineligible at 200% of the poverty level with an annual income of, would have been eligible at 200% with an annual income of just over $46,000. The current income guideline for a family of 3 has gone up to just over $91,000 based on 85% of the New York State annual state median income. As a result of these many eligibility changes, we currently have had a 39% increase in our total child count, comparing with the same time period from last year to this year. And in past years, one of the greatest challenges for families was the dearth of child care program slots. Post-pandemic, we really saw many people searching for child care, but there just wasn't that available. So these increases in the use of the program show that there's more program availability One of the reasons that it's expected that program availability has improved is the significantly increased state market rates that are requiring increased payments to providers of childcare. Since 2022, we've seen the market rates increase as much as just over 14% for the daily rate for children that are under 1.5 years old, and the lowest increase of over 5% for children who are 6 to 12 years old. In 2023, New York State did dedicate $7.6 billion to improve the Child Care Assistance Program over 4 years. And as a result, our local child care block grant has increased from just over $1.4 million for the federal fiscal year ending this month to just over $4.6 million for the upcoming federal fiscal year. Luckily, the rollover from previous years and the pandemic funds combined with the previous allocation were enough to cover this federal fiscal year. The greatest unknown about this currently is that with increased eligibility limits and a requirement to ensure continued program support when somebody qualifies for 24 months, along with increased market rates and allowed funded program absences, all of those things combined, we could see a point where state money dwindles enough that we would be required to rely on local share monies to continue to provide these needed benefits. So that's an unknown right now. And another unknown for 2025 is related to changes in the Adult Protective Services Program. For many years, decades at social services, we received very few requests or directives to act as guardians for persons who are unable to care for themselves or make decisions independently. However, over the last 2 years, we've been required to participate in 12 alleged incapacitated persons or AIP hearings, and our guardianships have increased to 4. For many years, we had no guardianships at all, and for a long time, only 1. While this number is still very low, the burden here is really great. A guardianship can be related to a person or property or both. The burden on casework, legal, and administrative staff is considerable. Social services can be responsible for making life and death decisions, handling property, including selling real estate, managing hospital, nursing home, and family relationships, billing, and care. We in Tompkins County are not alone in seeing increases related to guardianships. That's happening across the state. And as the population ages and the family demographic changes, there are often not care options for people or family members live far away, making involvement limited or non-existent. Currently, we're managing, however, a known unknown related to this is that we may eventually see a need to increase staffing and make changes related to the increased burden of guardianships. Another known unknown related to adult protective services are new federal regulations that we know will begin in 2026. Generally, some of these federal requirements will establish standards that will require all departments overseeing adult protective services provide at least 2 ways to report maltreatment or self-neglect, 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. We have some basic information, but right now we're expecting that more specifics will be coming. Until we receive those specifics, a known unknown is that we know changes are coming, but won't fully know what resources, including staffing, on-call, or legal supports will be needed to meet the new requirements. Another known unknown that affects multiple programs and clients' needs is the lack of mental health and substance abuse treatment programs, congregate and support programs for youth, and as many people on the legislature are aware, the Office of for Persons with Developmental Disabilities programming and residential services, elder and nursing care programs are all right now dwindling or have gone away in many ways. Post-pandemic, we've seen a tremendous decline in all of those services, and often we find that youth, adults, persons that are in shelter, elderly persons, and those with disabilities present at social services in need of various care. Unfortunately, it's all too common that we make great efforts to secure a bed or a facility to care for someone, but the services are just not out there. Increasingly, this puts a burden on social services, but also on our local hospital and other walk-in providers who also have limited resources to provide. In many cases, we see that these adult individuals present as homeless, and without resources end up in the shelter program, but often they and our providers of services struggle as people have higher needs and are really not fully safe in those environments. Lastly, a big unknown relates to the changing landscape of social services staffing. We have been very fortunate over the past year in filling many of our vacancies. We are grateful to the hard work of human resources in getting the state to grant permissions to hire under the HELP program for children's services. And we just recently were able to add the social welfare examiner position as well. We have a great team, and with significant numbers of staff that have retired over the past 4 years, we have many, many new staff in many divisions. While I'm grateful to have all of those new staff on board, the impacts of having many new staff compared to just a few years ago, having a majority of our staff who had worked many years, sometimes many decades for the department, are impossible to deny. For most jobs at social services, it takes a year on average of learning to develop the knowledge and skills to be able to handle the work independently. As we see more turnover than we've seen in the past 25 to 30 years at DSS, it takes more people to do the work to accommodate that learning curve. Additionally, the challenges of getting those who have limited tenure ready for stepping into supervisory and leadership positions is also challenging. A known unknown as we move forward with less experienced staff and increased turnover is if we will be able to maintain mandated services without adding additional resources to maintain the work and meet the community need. So as we move on here to our next slide, we take a look at our recommended budget figures for 2025, compared with this year's adopted budget, as well as the 5% reduced local share and 2025 recommended over target requests. The two columns to the right of the table express the difference between the 2024 adopted budget and the 2025 recommended figures expressed as dollars and percentages. As you can see, the $2.5 million increase in expenditures is partly offset by the $1.9 million of revenue, resulting in an increased local cost of about $922,000. As most of you know, our department's budget is comprised of a mix of mandate and non-mandate programs. And in the next two slides, I'm going to talk about the major factors contributing to these increases. It's shown in the next slide. The big news here is that we are seeing a few key areas of increases in our mandate programs that will result in over 1.6 million more cost than in 2024. First, due to the increased eligibility limits and increased market rates that I referenced earlier, we have estimated an $850,000 increase in expenses related to daycare. Secondly, we have seen increased costs of $362,000 in Medicaid related to the New York State phase out of the EF map, the enhanced federal Medicaid percentage, which was a topic of discussion in the latter part of 2023. We also see an increase of $1.1 million in expected childcare costs. These are costs associated with our foster care and adoption programs. And again, daycare and childcare are not synonymous. These increases are related to paying rate increases for foster care and adoption subsidies, of which we've seen two increases in rates in less than a year. Those are the primary drivers of increases, and there are a few areas that we see mitigating these increasing costs. We see some reduction in our safety net program. We don't fully know why this is dropping. However, we know that some of this is related to persons utilizing Code Blue sheltering in the winter as opposed to applying for and utilizing the safety net program. Another program where we project reduced costs is in our family assistance program, where there is a $108,000 decrease as compared to last year. Again, we can't say for sure what all of the drivers are related to this. However, we know that the federally mandated 5-year lifetime benefit is being reached by increasing numbers of persons, which impacts this program. And as we move on to the next slide, so let's move from what's happening with our programs now to look at what's influencing changes in staffing at social services. As we indicated previously, social services has seen significant retirements over the past 3 to 4 years. This has really impacted all of our divisions, but none quite like the transition in leadership in our eligibility division. As a result of these changes, we've made a transition in the structure of the organization to having a director of eligibility, as opposed to a previous 4 division coordinators that were managing individual programs under eligibility. This has resulted in singular leadership on the eligibility side of the house, as opposed to having a director and a high-level support for leadership on the child welfare side of social services. We are now adding a division coordinator that will provide that secondary high level of leadership support under the director of eligibility. We've been hoping for a few years now to hire a program and audit and quality coordinator to assist with conducting internal audits and to help with meeting requirements. But due to the ongoing struggles of retention, we just have not been able to promote somebody into this role. So the impact of our adding a division coordinator on the eligibility side of things will be offset by the elimination of this unfillable role of program audit and quality. We are also adding a social welfare examiner in eligibility to help manage TA intakes, the temporary assistance intakes. This is an area where we continue to see increases in intakes, and while not all applications result in ongoing cases, there's a need to manage the applications in a timely manner. In children's services, we're adding a senior caseworker as we see the impacts of both the complexity of cases that result in foster care and adoption. We see increased caseworker burden and a need to maintain compliance with state mandated requirements in this area. Reduction in child support case burden, largely due to the state taking over some customer service function, and an ongoing increase in technology assistance in managing cases. We were able to let this position go the way of attrition and manage the dissolution of that position. As we look at social services administration, we've had retirements that impacted our director of operations and fraud positions. We attempted to hire for a title called facilities and securities manager. However, after about a year of unsuccessful attempts at that, we restructured things and have hired a director of operations. And this position will manage our fraud needs, as well as oversee security and functions as the facility liaison. Under our program development and planning, unfortunately, with the high competition for registered nurse and substance abuse professionals, we've lost both of those positions to other opportunities. And after many attempts to hire, we've contracted for those services at present. Lastly, we have added a social welfare examiner to assist with our representative payee program in adult protective services. This program serves those that need assistance in managing their finances and ensuring that basic needs are paid for, such as rent and utilities. We see a prevention to homelessness by serving people in this way. We've seen tremendous increases in those that need assistance in this way over the past 5 to 7 years, another impact of an aging population, and lack of residential care facilities. Currently, our Adult Protective Services Division helps approximately 180 individuals annually in this way. We have a social welfare examiner that has managed this program for some time. However, the burden is increasingly too great for just one person. And moving on to the next slide, which really covers the potential impact of budget reductions. So as we grappled with reducing the social services budget by 5% this year, the options for doing so were limited, as most of our services and programs are mandated. So there's not a lot of choice that we have. We have listed the programs that would be impacted by a 5% reduction, although there are some things that would be impacted as well, like training for staff, furnishings for the department, and supplies. We've listed the programs and our over target requests for this year, and I'm going to review them here and the potential impacts. The first one that we're going to reference is for the respite bed at Cayuga Centers. This bed provides support for youth ages 11 to 17 years old who require a respite stay from foster care or another situation. This program has been extremely helpful, although OCFS regulations are somewhat stringent, dictating what situations, ages, and other factors allow social services to place a child in a respite bed. We have utilized this 5 times for youth of various ages since we began utilizing this in the second quarter of 2023. While those numbers seem small, without this as a resource, often there literally is no other option for children and families in need. This bed often has the added benefit of preserving other placements, offering an option for foster parents who may otherwise lose stamina and would have to back away from fostering a youth. This allows both child and a family to rest and renew and continue to work together. I'm going to speak about this next point, and then we'll flip through some of the OTR slides because it's kind of jam into each other. The second over target is for the Community Optional Preventive Services Program, or COPS. This program provides approximately $481,000 in funding to community partners such as the Child Development Council, Cornell Cooperative Extension, the Advocacy Center, and Tompkins Community Action. All of these organizations operate programs that help serve families with the intent to prevent involvement with a more intervention-related system like our own Child Protective Services. While the elimination of the COPS programs could preserve approximately $175,000 local dollars, this would also come at the cost of eliminating the New York State revenue that we receive of $310,000 to serve at-risk families. And the challenge with prevention programs is when they go away, we also tend to see that the need doesn't. So we may end up serving those people in something like a Child Protective Services manner. Both of these over targets have been recommended by the county administrator. And if you go to the next slide, this is really giving the detail about the respite bed at Cuba centers. The amount, and it's 100% locally funded, is $127,750. We've put that in as an over target. And again, I've kind of covered the details of that previously. If we go to the next slide, this is our community optional preventive services, or COPS, which covers the information that I just talked about. The costs are there. If we go to the next slide, the next two over target requests that are associated with a proposed new low barrier shelter for persons who are homeless were not recommended in the county administrator's budget. While a tremendous amount of work went into our low barrier planning process, the subsequent RFP process that we conducted related to finding homeless and code blue shelter providers determined really that we do not have good options for services and shelter locations currently. Right now, 100% of our efforts are focused on getting through this winter's code blue season. And so while I think we may all agree that a low barrier shelter would be desirable, this has not been recommended in the budget, and the division coordinator for emergency shelter operations, which is the next slide, goes hand in hand with our OTR for a low barrier shelter program. And although realistically, if we don't do a low barrier shelter, we won't need this position for that, we may find that with the increased burden of a county-run code blue program, we may end up needing a position such as this one. However, that request will potentially come associated with that other program. So thank you for your consideration of our budget and our over target requests. We appreciate this is a difficult year, and we're grateful that the prevention related over targets that we requested were included in the recommended budget. I'd like to open it for any questions. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration of all of this.
Thank you very much, Kit. We do have questions. I have Mike Sigler first.
Hi, Kit. I had just two questions, actually. The first one relates to the EFMAP money. You had it down as $362,000. I initially had thought that was $1.61 million. That was from the, so has that 1.61 already kind of been accounted for every year going forward, and now this 362 is on top of that 161 or 1.61?
So Mike, thank you for asking that. I'm going to actually pull Thomas into this conversation. He is much more aware of these numbers than I am, and I wouldn't want to speak in error.
But yeah, with the EFMAP, the initial amounts that we had were for that over $1 million. That is the cost that we had provided for 2024 versus what's going to be there for 2025. And the 2024 amount actually does need to be adjusted. due to the timing of the EFMAP discontinuation and budgets happening, we weren't able to include that in last year's budget. So we are waiting to do a over target request after we find out where exactly we want to pull the funds from, as far as which contingent fund.
So which would be the?
Lisa wants to respond also.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think to add to that, and this might get at your question, Mike, the state phased that EFMAP intercept in over 2 years. So last year, it amounted to a 1.25% increase for the county, and this year is that final increase of 362,000. So the total is 1.6.
Now I got it. So every year going forward, it's 1 point. Okay, but it was. Thank you. Okay, that was great. My other question was this daycare money. We're talking over $800,000. I mean, that sounds like the bulk of what we're talking about. What should we do? I guess would be the question. I mean, that's a lot for a local share for daycare. I didn't know what we should be pursuing, basically.
That's actually an expenditure amount increase.
Okay.
Currently, we do have enough in allocations because of pandemic rollover and previous unused amounts, where we're going to have enough to cover through the federal fiscal year this year, and then whatever doesn't get used this year will get rolled into next year. And we've already got our allocation, and I believe it's a little bit over $4 million.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, and we are continuing to be reassured, not that I completely want to go to the bank with that, but we continue to be reassured by OCFS that the money will be there. And so far, we've been very fortunate that they have come through with, for a while we were sitting on the fence of, are they going to come through with a rollover? Are they going to allow us to utilize it? But that came through, and we are continuing to hear that it's going to be there. So fingers crossed. We're hoping, I felt obligated to mention that there could be, a local cost, especially now that the eligibility requirements have changed. When people apply, we're obligated to guarantee them that they will be eligible for a period of 24 months. So there is a real commitment on the part of the district, but we also are certainly through our local or through our statewide New York Public Welfare Association, counties are saying pretty loud and clear that money needs to be there, and we're hearing that it's going to be. So hopefully that will be the case. But we will bring that forward if it looks at any point like that's going to be a concern.
Okay. Thanks, Kit.
Sure.
Other questions? Randy.
Yes, thank you, Kit. Your department is really easy to understand. And I mean, it was easier, especially with the book online, makes it much easier. But I have a few questions. One of them was, it says 6123 delinquent care, and that's $515,000. How does that relate to the OTR 1, the respite bed QGIS centers? What is that? I'm sure I don't know what delinquent care means, so if you could share that with me.
So I believe that is probably, that's probably relating to detention, but I'm honestly not sure. Thomas, do you know? You're on mute.
Yes, that's related to detention. A large part of that is also the state had gotten behind in the detention bills, and they have started sending bills dating back through 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Yeah, there's oftentimes a huge delay in when we see the cycle catch up with itself in terms of payment. So that may be what's reflecting that larger, because I don't know what our numbers are currently, but we don't, we're not a county that utilizes a tremendous amount of detention, but we certainly use some, and so that's going to be reflected in those numbers. Is that also, Thomas, is that also the state, I can't remember, it's the school?
SDSJP?
Yeah, but that...
treatment of
Is that a part of that or no?
Yes, it is.
That is, okay, so it's all rolled into that. So it's also those prevention programs that prevent children from going into detention as well.
Yeah, it says here juvenile delinquency is what your revenue line. But the other question I had, it says state training schools, and it says $127,000. What is that?
That's the title that I was just trying to remember. So state training schools, Thomas, can you explain that more eloquently than I can?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
Yeah, that's something I'm not very familiar with.
So
if you give me a minute, I can ask somebody.
So let's pull Tom Burden into that. We need some experience knowledge around this. I could stumble around, but I'm worried I'm going to say the wrong thing. You want to jump in, Tom?
Sure can. And sorry, folks, I retired from county service, and while I had been away, the camera that used to be on this monitor is gone, so it took to settle for my voice. State training schools, Randy, are that budgetary program is where we pay for detention costs of youths that are placed in detention facilities that are run by New York State. For those facilities, the state incurs all the costs up front, and then through a complicated process and multi-step process, 2 years later, they bill districts for each district's share of those costs.
Okay.
So that's different from the JD Care budgetary program in that in the JD Care, the juvenile detention program, those are bills from either private agencies or agencies that are run by other local districts.
Okay. I'm sure I'll have more questions on that one, but not now. So my last question is on OTR number 2. It says community optional preventative services. And is that primarily for youth as well? Or is that for families, or what does that do?
So that's for families, and it's so COPS is the COPS is funding that we get from the state to prevent families or kids at risk from actually needing intervention services like Child Protective Services. So we provide funding, as I mentioned, to places like Child Development Council, Cornell Cooperative Extension, the Advocacy Center, Tompkins Community Action. They run programs that are available with the idea of kind of catching families who might be beginning to have some difficulty in families, maybe have a child that has some learning need or is struggling, maybe there's a need to deal with some trauma. And so the goal is for those programs to really prevent families from needing to come into our system and being investigated by Child Protective Services or utilizing some other service through DSS. So it really prevents, it helps to keep people from needing our intervention, and that's the goal of that money.
Okay, and so do these entities, you contract with them, do they report back to DSS on activity and the number of people they've serviced and the populations, and how does that work?
They do, and we're required to provide that information to continue to secure the COPS funding, yes.
Okay. I'd like to see that sometime. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for Kit? Veronica.
Kit, in general, how are your staff doing? Like, how's their well-being?
Well, what I will say, Veronica, is that I think that people feel generally like they're working as a team and like our organization is supportive. We are currently in the middle of, so we have a number of different things that we do every year. We're currently, kind of special events. We're currently in the middle right now of what we call Gratitude Grows Month, where we hold sessions to really talk about recognizing gratitude as a method of dealing with things like stress and recognizing the good, and working from a strength-based perspective. We also are next week going to be doing our milestone event, which is related to people achieving certain lengths of time of working for the department. But given all of that, I will also say that it is a very challenging time for our department, and probably not unlike many other county departments. Right now, because we, as I mentioned, we have many new staff. We have lost a lot of our leadership over the last couple of years, and people are building into those roles. And I'm incredibly, honestly grateful for all the people that we have, and I witness every day tremendous success. But the reality is, it's a hard time. People are working very hard. We are also, the challenges right now of dealing with an increased homeless population, the challenges in child welfare families in our community are really struggling. And when they're struggling, our staff are working hard to work with them. But they're also, it can be a very difficult job. So I think that both good and bad are true. There's a lot of good, and I think that we are doing everything we can to try to support staff and keep moving forward. But it's also, it is a difficult time in terms of our history, in terms of transition and learning. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't have a budget conclusion to that, but thanks.
Sure.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Kit. Appreciate all the information and again, everything you and your staff do for the community, and the work is much needed. The question I have is around the OTR number 1, the respite bed at Cayuga Centers. Fully support the need for respite and families to take a break at times, and the important role that can play. Just curious how that funding works, if that's a contracted amount to reserve space, or if it's sort of a pay as you utilize it. It's just to kind of hold, is it to hold a bed or a space?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a contract to hold a bed, and if you're asking the painful question of do we sometimes pay when it's empty, we sure do. And unfortunately, what we know about all of these programs, respite, detention, all of those kinds of things, is that there really is no other way around it.
Sure.
You either buy a bed and have it when you need it, or it's just not there. So okay. Yes, that's our circumstance.
All right, thank you for directly answering that question. And then my last question is, what did we do before 2023, before we contracted with, for this bed specifically? You said this is relatively new within the last few years. How did we handle respite previously?
It was a stressful time. What I will say is that not that long ago, we were still able to find some beds when we needed them. We got to a place in our history, and again, this is happening statewide, we got to a place in our history where we came upon a couple of situations where we literally had no options. One of the options that I utilized one time, because we had a child that needed care and we didn't know what to do because we could not find a bed. One of the things I did was call another county. I called another commissioner in another county who granted me a favor and let us utilize their respite bed for a week or so. That was the closest call that we've really come to. We just have nothing. We have no way to keep a kid safe. And really after that is when I started saying, we got to do something. We have never, because we have always tried to stay away from utilizing detention in this county. We have judges that look very preventatively at children's cases. We try to really work preventatively. But the reality is that as programs have dwindled, and we were in the midst of that before we got this bed, as programs have dwindled and counties bought up many detention and other beds across the state, after Raise the Age went through, because they were worried that they wouldn't have a place to put kids. We really got right down to the wire a couple of times, and that was when I finally said, we don't like to buy a bed, we don't like to be paying money when we don't have a kid in a bed, and we don't want to have children having to go into beds. But we came so close that I finally said, we gotta look at something different. So I spoke with Lisa and we brought it forward to all of you. So that's kind of where we were at. There are other commissioners in other districts that have been at a point where they've literally had kids in an office building with staff for a week or better at times right now because they don't have another option. And that really isn't safe, and it's not adequate for the child. So it's, we've been over the last year or so in a couple of situations where children have been stuck at the hospital and we can't find a bed for them. And it's tremendously stressful on everybody, but mostly the child. So that's where we've been at, and I hope we aren't again, but we probably will be. Even with this respite bed, we can only put some kinds of kids there, you know, some kids with certain circumstances in that bed.
So, Kit, I appreciate that, and I fully agree and will definitely support that OTR. I guess my question to you, and this would maybe be something for other department heads to also hear, and I'll say with the caveat is I understand that the work that you do is incredibly important and you have tough decisions to make. But this seems like an incredibly important piece of the puzzle in the service delivery for your department. So then why was it even considered for a cut?
So the reason it was considered, Greg, that's a really good question. The reason why we considered it is because it is 100% local. It is not a mandate. And we had so few when Thomas and Dina and I sat down and looked at what are even the options of things that we could put on the chopping block for that to meet that 5%. There really was no way to meet that 5% without cutting the things that we have put in over targets. There aren't other options. So that's why it ended up there.
All right, I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Kit and crew, we sure appreciate your coming in tonight and presenting to us and answering our questions. And we know it's not easy, but we thank you. It's good experience for us to hear from you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break now. Let's be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, we're back in session, and our next department presenting will be the Human Services Coalition and Tompkins County and the agencies. And Cindy Wilcox, welcome.
Oh, good evening.
And also, who's with us? John
Mazzello.
Didn't know where you were. I was looking on the screen.
I know, right? He's in both places.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, we're good, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk with you tonight. If you don't mind, we are going to do the Human Services Coalition presentation first because it's quicker and less complicated.
That's fine.
Okay, so just to start out, just to kind of refresh everyone on who we are. The Human Services Coalition's mission is to enhance the health and human services delivery in Tompkins County and the region. And we do that in a way that kind of braids planning, funding, other capacity building, and direct services to help strengthen not-for-profit organizations and improve systems of care and service. So we have kind of approaches at kind of all levels. Okay, this just gives you a little sample, a little taste of some of our programs. We have many more, but we do have 4 major program areas. They are human services planning, 211 information and referral, health planning, and housing initiatives. And these are just some of the programs underneath those program areas. We have multiple partnerships with county departments. We partner with Whole Health on community health planning through our Health Planning Council and some of our committees, including the Long-Term Care Committee that we coordinate on behalf of the Office for the Aging. We work with planning and sustainability through our 211 partnership around transportation management. And of course, we support county administration and the legislature through the city-county agency funding review process, which we're going to talk about tonight. Also, the Tompkins Ithaca Continuum of Care. And we also serve as a resource for data and information and leading practice and kind of general insights around the health and social care sectors in Tompkins County to help you all, inform decisions that you might make in those areas. And we are very, very pleased and proud to support the county and other community organizations in our work. Okay, let's get to the budget. HSC has many income sources. We have them from all different sources. We have federal, state, and county grants and service contracts. We do receive foundation and other funding grants. We do have some fee-for-service programs, our workshops. We do consulting services with not-for-profit organizations, and we do receive some donations from community residents. So for 2025, I'm sure I'm not the first agency you've heard this from during this process. It's going to be a tight budget year. We are anticipating flat funding and some decreases for many of our income sources. So we don't know the status of all of our contracts and agreements and grants, but the ones that we do know about, all but one will be flat funded or a decrease in funding. So we are working on that budget now. So as for the county support, the 5% budget cut represents about $26,000 in change for us. And this funding provides core mission support, kind of a little bit in all of our 4 program areas. So kind of a portion of 12 positions, not all 12, just a portion of those 12 positions are supported through these funds. The cut is only about 0.3 FTE at the end of the day, but it is funding that is kind of like administrative and kind of funding that is very difficult to get fully funded through grants and contracts. You know, everybody has an administrative kind of component, but it's never enough to fully fund administrative costs. So this county funding allows us to kind of spread that across our kind of programs because that's where our administration is. It's spread across all of our programs and services. Let's see. So I think that is it. So the priority for us this year in our request of you tonight is kind of retaining our staff composition as it relates to county funding support. We are not requesting the restoration of the 5%. Rather, we are asking you to consider continued funding for our 2 OTRs, the housing specialist and the data specialist, which are really both critical to meeting the maintenance of effort for HSC. So I will briefly review the OTRs. Our first OTR is the housing specialist. This OTR is recommended in the county administrator's budget. It's $30,000 request for target OTR funding to continue support of a portion of the COC housing specialist. A portion of this does get supported through the COC planning grant, and this is the portion that is not funded through that. This position plays a very important role in the COC. Really, we really stepped up COC work over the last several years, and that would not have been possible without this housing specialist position. It's really freed up the director to pursue additional funding for the county, which includes the $950,000 that we brought in for youth homeless demonstration projects to the county. It allows more time for the director to, research and share evidence-based approaches and leading practice around homeless response and housing insecurity, and to really help guide community planning while still meeting all of the very specific requirements of HUD. HUD, as a lead agency of the COC, HUD requires a whole bunch of data and reporting and committees and coordination, including coordinated entry and homeless management information data, and the annual point in time count. The housing specialist takes care of all of that. So it's a pretty important role for us. Okay, and then I'll go to the next one, which is the data specialist. This is a request for target funding to continue support of the data specialist position. So this is previously funded with 3-year one-time OTR funding that was first approved in 2022, the 2022 budget. This is also a really important position for us. It serves multiple program areas, basically all 4 of those program areas. Primarily, they manage the 211 Community Resource Database, which is 2,000 records of services across the county. And before the county approved this 3 years ago through OTR, HSC was the only program, the only 211 contact center in New York State without a dedicated database manager.
So this would be target?
Yes. This position also analyzes 211 call patterns and service usage, which helps HSC and in turn you and community organizations and funders and foundations really inform decision-making around health and social care delivery, because it's data that's local, and that is really, really useful. They also manage the not-for-profit salary and benefits survey. Some of you might be familiar with this. This survey just closed for this year, and it will be published really soon, probably in the next month or two. In the past, HSC actually conducted this every 3 years. We stepped it up this year due to the very high demand from community organizations to help them with recruitment and retention in this very tight and challenging workforce market. It's really the only local comparative survey or salary survey for the not-for-profit sector. The data specialist coordinates the entire thing. Also, they help monitor the accuracy and quality of HMIS data, which is our homeless management information data required by HUD. They help us track internal performance metrics, and they also assist with presentation data for education and advocacy. And that is all.
Should we take questions on this before we go to the next one?
That would be great, yes.
Right, questions about this? Who's got a hand? Amanda, then Randy.
Thanks. Just clarifying, so the reduction that you said is that spread out over your 12 positions, or maybe you could explain that again?
Yes. So it's, I don't know if some of you that are familiar with not-for-profit financing, a lot of times, program contracts don't cover the full cost of the program. So we kind of use the county funding to kind of make whole that particular grant. So there are, kind of portions of the positions spread across it. I would probably say the majority, Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of the funding that the majority of the invoicing that we do to the county is more on the kind of administrative structural side, like executive director, deputy director, finance, all of those supportive departments. But there are kind of little pieces of all positions in our full county allocation.
Okay, and so that reduction, you said you're not asking for that back. How is that going to affect your work?
Mm-hmm. Well, there is, can't really run programs without oversight and administration. So that will kind of impact in a way that might be kind of shorter and longer term kind of strategy, things like that. At this point, we will most likely have to just kind of find that money, and maybe use our own fund balance or reserves to cover it for this year. Only because, again, those two OTR staffing positions are really critical for us. So that's where we're focusing it.
Thanks.
Yeah, a few questions. So I'm looking first at your consolidated budget, and it shows $634,000 for 2024. And then in the 2025, without the two OTRs, which are 90,000 total, it's 498,131. So it's like a $50,000 drop, even if you add those in. So where did that? How did you get to that number?
I can take some of that. So a part of the difference is there was some funding that was provided through the funding review process as the, Taylor can correct us, but the funding for the reserves fund to support emergency needs for organizations, that was allocated to the Human Services Coalition through our funding, even though it really was in the community agency. So that's part of it. That was 20,000, I think.
That's right, I remember that, right? Yeah. Thank you. Now, the Health Planning Council, what is that?
So the Health Planning Council is a planning group that has a diverse composition of health-related providers across the county, including whole health, mental health providers, substance use providers, hospital representatives. And basically, it's just a forum for education, understanding of county, priorities around health, and we really kind of work together to advance some of those priorities. It also is it's related to our rural health network. So every county in New York State has well, the rural ones do, have a rural health network, and it's basically state funds. Ours is the Tompkins Health Network, and the kind of idea around that is to advance rural health, and so that is also kind of managed as part of the Health Planning Council.
Okay. So it shows no
Randy,
revenue for...
I'm on the Health Planning Council, so I'm happy to talk more about it with you. So.
Okay. There's just no revenue showing for it, so is that expense a person? This is program expense $76,000. There's no revenue, so is that a person that is managing that?
That is a person that is managing that, as well as all of our other health planning programs and services.
Okay.
I should say.
Okay. The last question I have is on the OTR number 2, data specialist.
Yep.
And you mentioned there's 2,000 records. Is that 2,000 different options that you can send people to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a mix of both organization programs and services. So you might have something like, let's take DSS that went before us. You might have a record for DSS as a whole, and then within that, a number of sub-programs that you could refer people to. And in the 2-in-1 database, we use a system, almost like the Dewey Decimal System at the library, or another system. It's called the AIRS taxonomy. It's the international it's the international method for cataloging human need that's used by 2-in-1 programs and other type programs. And so each of those records, so let's say DSS programs, each of those is coded with a group of codes, right? It might be like HX25. And that relates to, might be for adult protective services or child care assistance. And so when a person contacts 2-in-1, we can match up the need and the program that was referred to, so that we're able to provide information about what are people looking for, what do people need. So both the need and the program are cataloged with that code, and then when the call comes in or the contact comes in, we can match the need to the program that might be able to help them.
And you have staffing to receive the call and to steer the people, but this is a request to analyze the data from that, and how would that data be utilized?
Yeah, so a couple of different ways. So first, the program also maintains the database, so they're in charge of getting out the updates for, please update your listing, person who's the contact, make sure we've got the correct information, make sure we've got your right phone numbers and contact information. That's part of it. The other part of it then is to look at what we receive. So there's a couple ways that we use this information. So one is to understand what is the need in the community. What are people calling about? Are we seeing more needs? So I'll take like COVID as an example. We were kind of on the front end of what people were needing. We saw rent assistance calls going up. We saw transportation going up. We saw when people were starting to have difficulties getting connected with getting tested or needed transportation to be tested. Now we're continuing to see, for example, things like rent assistance, concern about eviction, a lot of things related to housing, basic needs, like how can I pay for my utilities, how can I pay for my stove that just broke but I need to cook. So we get all that information, and we can share that in lots of different ways. There's some cool things I can send around. One is called 2-in-1 Counts. It's a live, real-time way that you can see what people are contacting 211 about. You can sort it by the last couple of months or the last year or so, and you can compare us to other regions of the state or the country and see what people are calling about here versus other locations. And so putting all that together and keeping that information up to date so we know what people are contacting us about. And then we also have implemented something that's really, really cool over the last year. Historically, we would do a call back, right, to a certain percentage of individuals who contacted 211. We'd say, okay, it's September, we'll call, every 10th person back this month, or we'll try to anyway, and see if their need was met. A lot of people don't want to call you back. They would prefer you don't talk to them again. So what we did was we came up with a system that's more like when you go to the doctor's office. Now, we offer everybody, not just a percentage, but everybody who contacts 211, we offer the option to receive a text back about a week later after their contact. It gives them a chance to follow up on the referral, what they were offered. Did they call that other organization? Did they get connected with the services? So it allows us to find out, did we help them? And it also allows us to get kind of a read on, did we make a good referral? Is that program still accepting people? Did we give you a number and in fact they closed their door but no one bothered to say anything? And so we've had already, we'd be lucky to get a few hundred people to call us back, and now we can do that in just a fraction of the year. And so our target is to get to about 5% of our contacts to return, and we feel like that would give us a really good sense of the overall. We're not quite there yet, it's pretty new, but we've had a lot of great reception to that, and we're finding that about 94% of people are reporting that their needs were met. So it's been very helpful for us to continue to know if we're doing a good job, and that's been a lot of the work of a lot of that is due to the data position.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ann, then Susan.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Does that conclude your presentation? Okay, so just want to make sure you weren't going to cover something else that I was going to ask regarding, well, first off, I want to just say that as far as us trying to balance our budget here, my perspective is that you help provide services in the community. Some are directly related to departments that are in the county and help provide some of those services. And other services that maybe we would want to provide or that are really needed in the community. So I just wanted to say thank you for helping make that happen as best you can. And so one of the questions I have is, do you look at duplication of services that are, when you're looking at funding and different organizations that are possibly funded or have programs somewhere else in the county?
In general, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, kind of as part of the work that we do. Yes, we work a lot with organizations, organizational leaders, and boards. And often, and more often recently, we have encouraged organizations. I mean, organizations are all independent, right? They're all independent, not-for-profit corporations who make their own strategic decisions. That being said, because we have a kind of a bird's eye view and a kind of the landscape of the entire sector, we do see where there is either duplication or opportunity for better collaboration or better affiliation. And we have those conversations with organizations. So kind of we are a connector. And it's a tough balance, right? Because we want to support the organizations and help them think through strategically what the options are for them so that they can continue to ensure that that mission is fulfilled, and also do it as effectively and efficiently as possible within the county. So yes, sometimes we are more successful than others in kind of guiding and leading, and sometimes duplication is not always a terrible thing. sometimes, folks want a choice. They might not, a culture of an organization might not just be conducive to, their worldview or their vibes. So having another choice, it's kind of like a restaurant. Do you always want to go to the same restaurant?
Yeah, I've actually heard people say in the community, certain places, I won't say what, certain places, whether it's the staffing or the type of organization or the philosophy of different things.
Yeah,
so,
right.
So thank you for answering that. Then two more quick things. I don't know about other legislators, but I would be interested, since you're looking at the data, and it's not a question for now, but looking at when you're crunching that data, what services are people calling about that we don't provide? That, where are the gaps? So I'd like to, if you haven't done that recently. And then the last one is a question. So you, just to be, if I have this correctly, besides the OTR that was recommended, this is, even though there are several OTRs on here that are actually, let's see.
We will have a presentation on the agencies.
Oh, you will?
When we finish talking about ours.
Big, long list of OTRs.
All right,
we'll talk about
go over that.
Yeah, we'll go over
okay.
that.
All right, then, never mind for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Susan, then Travis.
Actually, Ann asked one of the questions I had, but I will follow up. It had to do with 211. I imagine that when that service first began, it was mostly phone call. And now that you offer it and every other format, I'm wondering if you're seeing a change in more by text, more by email. Okay, just curious.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I think COVID saved the phone. The numbers were going down and they shot up for phone again, and they've kind of remained, not quite as high as they were then, but I think people want a more immediate answer, and phone is still the way to get it. So that's still our primary method. Yeah.
Travis.
Cindy, Ann had asked a question about duplication of services, and I was all the way with you until the very end. And I think duplication of service sometimes is tricky. I think sometimes people perceive that agencies are providing the same services that another agency is, and it happens all over the community. Sometimes it's because the one can't handle the amount of need, and so you have to have 2 or 3 agencies actually providing the service. It is duplicated, but the people aren't duplicated, right?
Right.
But at the end, you said that folks may choose somewhere else because of the beliefs or maybe the culture. It's not what you said exactly, but and so I would hope that if as we're funding agencies, that those agencies are inclusive. Those agencies make anybody feel comfortable when they come through those doors, that people aren't feeling like they can't go to this agency because of the way they're treated for whatever reason, and that it is maybe this one is closer to where they live, practical reasons, but not reasons where people are not comfortable utilizing somebody's services.
That's a really good point. Thank you, Travis.
Okay, shall we move on to the presentation on agencies?
Yes.
All right, so I'll start with this one and then pass it over to Cindy. So I want to start out by just thanking you for your continued partnership with HSC on this work, allowing us to make these recommendations for community agencies funding to you. We and our review committee and our whole organization really take seriously the role that we play in responsible stewardship of these funds, and we just appreciate this partnership. This is my 9th time sitting up here talking with you about it, so I realized that this morning. And so, we take that seriously. I'm also really glad to be able to share with you through the budget process the work that lots of organizations are doing in this community, and to be able to talk with you about what some of those needs are and what we're seeing as it relates to what the organizations are doing. A few things just to note about the status and the general status of the funding process. We did see a wider applicant pool this year. This was in, we did some work with county administration and talked with Health and Human Services Committee to expand the applicant pool. We had about 30% more applicants this year, and that's not including a number of other organizations that reached out to us, and we met with everyone who was new, and some just decided, this isn't the year for me, or this isn't the funding for me, or, oh wait, you're talking about funding for 2025? I need funding for April 2024. We have seen through this process and in our conversations and follow-up with the agencies, increased community need reported by nearly every organization. They're seeing lots in the community. They're seeing their numbers up over 2023, and in many cases, they're projecting that to continue or rise in 2025. As Cindy mentioned, for us at HSC ourselves, we're seeing the same thing with other organizations, flat or reduced funding from other sources, declining donations. I've said it before here in this venue, but things like, well, we no longer have an ability to carve out some funding for our finance person from our grant because we got to use the whole entire thing to pay for the one employee it covers, and so we just have to figure out how we submit the vouchers and the invoices to get paid for that money. I've written here we've seen mixed success with recruiting workforce. I was really specific about writing that mixed success. The organizations that have had success are the ones that have made the investment to pay their employees more, or to pay those positions more to be able to retain or recruit the quality workforce that they need in sometimes very difficult jobs. And when funding is flat or reduced, those are the organizations that are then at the most risk of not being able to cover it because they made that investment. So we're seeing this challenge that those organizations that I might have come here and said last year they were successful because they increased wages are now very concerned about the sustainability of that investment. And then finally, just want to share with you, because we're not a county, we're not a county department exactly. We don't report the FTEs in the same way that the county departments do, but the funding that is recommended here tonight, or requested here tonight, supports portions of more than 80 positions, and it equates to more than 40 full-time equivalents, among other costs that are supported. So this community agency's funding does have a wide range and a lot of organizations in the community that it supports in one way or another. Just want to call out the work that our funding review committee does. You can see up here that we've got a wide range of expertise and experiences and backgrounds, from government to philanthropy to not-for-profit work. And we really appreciate the time that they put into it. We met, as you know, it takes a long time to, a lot of meetings to put a budget together. Our group met about 7 or 8 times, I think, in the end, and about 25 hours together, and then probably about that much again or more, reading applications, preparing, thinking, things like that. So a big volunteer commitment from these folks. And this process begins back in April when our first applications go out and organizations begin asking and working with us to put their applications together. So it's this, the presentation tonight is a culmination of a long time of preparation from the organizations and agencies. This here, I will not read them all, but you can see this is just the list of organizations that applied this year. I do want to point out that there was one, the Mental Health Association, that came in at the end. It was a transfer over from a request that had originally gone into Whole Health. But that request has been withdrawn. So if there is any difference, I think it's all updated in OpenGov, but if there's any difference in the materials that Norma sent out to you, the spreadsheet, the graphs, all of that, if there's any difference there, it's because that organization did withdraw its request. Just really quickly, just to give you a sense of one thing that we always like to point out, this overall process includes community agencies, what we call community agencies, and then also OAR, which is just a subcategory of its own. But across all of that, it is supported by revenue that comes from city sales tax. This year and last year, the amount is $475,034. So this is a partnership that the county has with the city as well, and we've been We've been talking with Deb Molenhoff over at the city about the recommendations. They're also very interested in them as well. So this is supported with a big chunk of city funding as well. This is the overall combined amount, and then just in the presentation for your reference, we won't go through, is just the breakdown. But that's all available in the materials that we typically provide to you, which I think Norma had sent around by email last night. So I'll turn it over to Cindy now to talk a little bit more about the budget impacts and the initial batch of OTRs.
Okay. So, why so many OTRs? You're probably thinking, what are they thinking over here at HSC? This is absurd. But there are legitimate reasons, or at least a rationale around why we have them. I just want to go through it just so, just to kind of level set the group. As John said, we have more applicants this year. We did work with county administration, as John mentioned, to kind of meet the request of Health and Human Services Committee to kind of more broadly share, more widely share the opportunity across the community agencies. So, and that's great, and we did that. And as a result, we got 6 new organizations, which is great. That being said, the pot of money for the county remained the same. So to kind of ensure that some of the newer organizations could enter the process, we put some of those requests into one-time OTRs. Also, historically, the review committee oftentimes puts new applicants or projects in as one-time OTRs just because they're new, and we want to be sure that they, are able to meet the requirements and demonstrate the impact that they're saying that they were going to demonstrate. So that's another reason. And actually, this year, a couple of requests were moved from target to one-time. So that added to the one-time requests. Also, the review committee kind of was reviewing this as a transition year. So as we open up the process, there have been organizations that have been in the process for some time. They may be starting to think about funding, more sustainable funding from other sources. They might be in transition in other ways, which a couple we'll talk about tonight. So we wanted to give the organizations that might be transitioning a year to kind of ensure that they can plan for that transition. And then timing. So the HSC board provides the recommendations to the county administrator, and in turn the county administrator provides those to you. The recommendations that we made to Lisa was prior to the notification that funding may not be available for OTRs. So it was a weird timing thing for us. So that is why we have so many OTRs. All that being said, we recognize that this is not a normal budget year, and it is a very challenging budget year, and you all have some very difficult decisions to make. So we want to defer to you on how you want us to proceed tonight. We can go through very quickly every OTR. We can just focus on the ones you may have questions about. We really want to leave it up to you on how you want us to move this along.
Why don't we go through each of them very briefly and see if there are questions?
Okay. And by the way, I will be as crisp as possible, to use Deborah Dawson's word. There are very thorough descriptions in your budget packets, and those descriptions also include how each over-target request supports or aligns with the Tompkins County strategic priorities. So if you're interested in following along, that's That's great. We also have many representatives, or several representatives on Zoom from the organizations that have OTRs. So if you have specific questions, that can be better answered by them.
And we thank them for being present.
Cindy, if there are questions, I'll promote them to panelists if we have questions for those organizations, okay?
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Here we go. And by the way, these are in order of priority, obviously. Okay, Law New York re-entry. This request supports Law New York's project to provide pro bono legal representation to ex-offenders facing legal barriers related to employment, including those who are illegally discriminated against on the basis of their criminal records. The committee requested this, or is requesting this, because they know that accessing and maintaining employment is one of the most effective means of preventing incarceration and deterring a reoffense. It's been a successful program to date. Also, with the new Clean Slate Act in New York, which is an act that is going to allow certain criminal records to be sealed after a certain time after a person's sentence or incarceration. Law New York is expecting a surge in reentry cases as a result of that, which goes into effect in November of 2024. Any questions? Shauna?
Yes, Shauna's got a hand. She's on Zoom.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Cindy. I was wondering, can Law New York tell us how many people per year enter that program under this funding?
Yes. So in 2023, 37 people were served in this program, which was a 15% increase from 2022. They estimate about serving the same number in 2024. And then, of course, they are anticipating more in 2025. Oh, yeah, and Keith is here, if you have.
Sure, just to sort of briefly explain that, some of those might be very short service, kind of, let's get their criminal record, let's review it with them, and let's fix some things that are in it. Other times it's, we're suing an employer, typically a large nationwide employer, in a pretty intense lawsuit about discrimination on the basis, illegal discrimination on the basis of criminal record. So the numbers don't always equate to the number of hours, it takes to do the work.
I guess my other question is, I know that a few years ago we had questions about if the county was able to provide funding for this, because essentially we're providing funding for Law New York to represent perhaps even small businesses and businesses in Tompkins County and then sue them. Could Maury weigh in on this?
We have not done that, by the way.
I don't know if Maury's here.
He's here.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Maury.
Yeah, I don't have a well-formulated response to that question. I think the question is the county would be funding a group that then might bring an action against, it could theoretically be against the county if it was a county job, or other businesses in the county.
Thank you, Maury.
But I don't think that alone is problematic from from a legal perspective. Because it's the same type of thing is done in other contexts.
Thank you.
You need to try to move right along. Thank you, Shauna. because we've got the rest of these to go through, and then we've got 3 other presentations tonight.
Mike, would it be helpful to go through them all quickly and then answer questions? You want to do it as we go?
Well, let's try that. Let's go through them all.
Okay. Next one is REACH project. Behavioral health and outreach. This request is for REACH to continue the expansion of behavioral health outreach services for people with co-occurring mental health and substance use diagnoses. This funding would fulfill the 3rd year of a 3-year one-time OTR that was previously housed in Tompkins County Whole Health budget. It was referred to this process at the county administrator's request. Funding supports the work of peer recovery advocates and nursing for the program. It is also approved in the county administrator's budget. The demand for behavioral health services continues to increase. There's a scarcity of psychiatrists, counselors, other behavioral health care providers. The program allows continued access to services that are in high demand in our county. And in 2023, REACH served 279 people who had not previously received these services through REACH. Okay. I also want to mention that you'll see in your packets that REACH did have another request, a one-time over-target request for $451,000 and change, and that was to support the navigation hub. This is a physical space that would be staffed with peers and provide a place for people to receive services and supports. The review committee, although did not approve, recommend this, they did express a strong support for the hub approach or the hub concept. It could fill some gaps in the county's current homeless response system. They didn't feel like this was the proper venue or process to fund it, but they did recommend that county and the city of Ithaca consider how this might align with other activities around homeless response and emergency shelter. And I know that those discussions are happening, but I just wanted to mention that to you because you might see that on your budget. Okay, 3, Community Food Coalition, formerly known as the Food Distribution Network. This is a target OTR request for $25,000 to supplement the lines of credit for 26 food pantries and distribution sites across the county. Funding is provided directly to the food bank. This is how it's been done for quite a few years now. So the money goes to the food bank as lines of credit. It just the requester here is the Community Food Coalition. So the sites will be able to draw down as they order food from the food bank of the southern tier. Demand continues to be high. According to the food bank in Tompkins County, overall demand was up 24% in Q1 of 2024 compared to the same period of last year. In June of 2023, you might recall that many of the network partners had to replenish their lines of credit halfway through the year. The review committee recommends additional target funding to support this increased demand and increase in food costs.
Randy, can you wait to the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 4, this is OGSTAT. It's a new applicant. OGSTAT is an organization that serves the county's indigenous youth. They work with local school districts to help create curricula pertaining to Native peoples, and they educate the broader community through programs rooted in indigenous perspectives. It's a $25,000 target over target request. The review committee recommended this because this is they express support for the agency's mission. It's a fledgling organization. It's important work in the county. The programs are unique. And it is important, it was important to the review committee that visibility of indigenous people could be expanded and the opportunity to tell their own stories was an important component for them. OGSDOT reaches about 200 Tompkins County residents per year with their programs. Number 5, Cancer Resource Center, one time. So, Cancer Resource Center, this request for $20,000 in one time to support general operations for the Cancer Resource Center. The agency just recently affiliated with Cayuga Health Center, excuse me. Because of this affiliation, there will be a decreased need for county support for administrative costs in 2025 and then in subsequent years. The review committee is requesting one time for that transitional year of 2025 with the expectation that the agency will be able to cover a greater proportion of its costs through health insurance billing and economies of scale with the affiliation agreement. So this was in conjunction with an additional target OTR request that's farther down in the priority list. But this one was the more important priority for the review committee. Okay. Food Bank of the Southern Tier, number 6. Food Bank of the Southern Tier is also a new applicant. It's a request for $50,000 in one-time funding to establish lines of credit for the 3 school food centers in Tompkins County that are currently operating, and then 2 others that are in development. The ones that are currently operating is Dryden High School, Ithaca High School, and Enfield Elementary. And the 2 in development are Boynton Middle School and TST BOCES. So this is the first time the food bank has applied for a program of its own, even though they receive money through this process. This is their first time with their own programs. So as we know, the food bank has seen a sharp increase in need. The need continues to increase. Although they don't have specific data on the school food centers, because it's a relatively new program for the food bank, preliminary data from other communities is pretty promising. You know, really around kind of offering a lower stigma environment for kids, a wider variety of foods, and foods for the whole family. So the review committee did prioritize the direct provision of food portion of this request. They also had a general operating portion of the request, which we did not recommend. Okay, Child Development Council. The review committee requests $55,000 in one-time support for the Building Access to Child Care program. This program is intended to increase the supply of child care through training, coaching, and technical support to existing and interested child care providers. So try to stay with me here. This program began in July of 2018. The legislator elected to fund, and the review committee had requested I'm sorry, that was before the review committee. The legislator elected to fund the program mid-year, so it did not go through the HSC review process. It had a county budget line until 2019. It was added to the HSC process for the 2020 budget year. The legislature approved at HSC's request target funding for budget year 22, 23, and 24. The review committee is recommending one-time funding for 2025 to allow the agency to further develop the model in an effort to enhance the program's impact. The review committee kind of wanted to take more of a wait-and-see approach for a couple reasons. First of all, the lack of resources for capital and infrastructure needs has been a real barrier for opening and expanding child care programs, according to the Child Development Council. And so it's expensive. So although building access to child care provides great training and coaching and technical assistance, there's still that big barrier of we can't afford the infrastructure. So what the committee would like to see is how the council is going to leverage the Cornell grant, the Child Care Supply Growth Initiative grant, and see how that relates to the Building Access to Child Care program to see if we can move the needle a little more. Review committee recognizes the critical importance of childcare and the need for additional childcare, and they do want to see that the county's investment is meeting that anticipated return. We have good news for 2024. 8 requests for applications to operate childcare programs have been made, and 1 new child program opened and 1 existing program expanded. So we already have 16 new childcare slots this year, so that's good news. Okay. Mental Health Association, this is the request that was withdrawn. Am I doing URO? Okay. URO, Ultimate Reentry Opportunity. URO applied for, and we are requesting one-time funding to support a second pilot of the Beyond the Box employer certification. The goal of this project is to offer a pathway for Tompkins County employers to create inclusive and equitable workplaces and to increase hiring and retention rates for people in reentry. This funding of the second pilot will enable URO to scale up to a larger organization to help demonstrate that the program is scalable and replicable. The review committee recommends the one-time funding. The first pilot was supported by one-time OTR funding last year through this process at $38,500. That pilot is currently underway with Moosewood Restaurant, which has about 40 employees. Although the pilot is in the early stages of implementation, evaluative data is not yet available. But a second-year pilot would test the employer certification program with larger, more complex organization, about 70 to 80 employees. Negotiations are underway with potential partners right now. Again, the review committee is taking a wait-and-see approach with this program, and they would like to see the learnings of the first pilot before recommending additional county investments in the same model.
Okay, I will take the rest. We have a couple more in our community agencies that are kind of in the decreasing priority, and then we have 2 from OAR, which are prioritized separately. So the first is for Family Reading Partnership. This is, or the 10th is for Family Reading Partnership. This is a first-time applicant for this funding. This is a $10,000 request that HSC's review committee is recommending. The Family Reading Partnership's mission is to connect families with young children to books and reduce barriers to children's literacy. They have, They have distributed about 18,000 books so far this year and welcomed 3,600 people to their newish location in the mall. The review committee supports this organization, and as they often do, want to support a first-time organization, but make the recommendation as an OTR. The next, Cindy already talked about. This is just the other piece of the kind of the letdown to the Cancer Resource Center this year. Number 12 is a request for one-time funding to support material purchase for INHS's minor repair program. This is a program that the legislature has been supportive of in the past. It's a really important program that helps to keep folks who have maybe lower incomes, who are older adults, who are people with disabilities, help to keep them safely in their homes. The minor repair program supports individuals who have construction needs that are under $5,000, and the labor is provided free, and in many cases, INHS is also able to provide the materials for free for folks who cannot afford it. With the rise in the cost of materials and providing services, what was a minor repair is starting to price people out of the minor repair program, and so this request would assist INHS in being able to continue to provide that kind of service, as well as to provide slightly larger necessary projects like a walk-in shower for people to be able to stay in their homes. And then we'll wrap up with a couple more modest ones here. There are a couple of maintenance of effort requests that are included. One for Southside Community Center. Southside has been working to invest to ensure that all of its staff continue to be paid a living wage, particularly in this case their childcare and food service work positions. The committee is recommending a modest OTR to allow them to continue that work. Similarly, for Lifelong, number 14, Lifelong has two programs that have really seen increased demand. The first is High Cap, or their health insurance information counseling and assistance program. This helps older adults to explore and decide on the options for their health insurance as they move into the Medicare age. And then also their tax prep program, which is a good example of, there are multiple programs existing to question Travis had earlier. There is back now in the community a program that you had supported all in the past, which was the VITA, Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. While the VITA program is back and it has been taken over by Cornell University, it is at a much lower capacity than it used to be, and much of that overage now has been seen by Lifelong's program. But unlike VITA, Lifelong is unable to use their IRS funding for the program to actually pay for its staff. So this request would help to keep them able to meet that greater need. And then finally, a similar request for Ithaca Welcomes Refugees. The committee has been really supportive of this organization this year. They are recommending an increase in support for Ithaca Welcomes Refugees, which has been serving many more individuals into this community. It's a mostly volunteer-driven organization. In 2023, they served 43% more clients than in 2022. They are continuing to see probably a 10% increase this year and expecting more next year. And with the increase comes more management of the volunteers. The volunteers do much of the work, but the organization continues to need people to be able to put those volunteers in the right direction. And so this request would support, this modest request would support that. And the final community agencies one that I will present is $35,000 OTR for another organization that had previously been funded through the target, but has changed the nature of the work that it intends to do with this funding. So the Women's Opportunity Center has, in response to what they're seeing from their clientele, has transitioned to developing a new mentorship program, business mentorship program for women who are looking to start their own businesses. And this program matches interested women with women who have already started and have seen success in business and are now looking to pay it forward by mentoring someone else. But what they found in the process was that many of the potential mentees didn't have some of the basic business skills or knowledge, like in accounting and just various things. They didn't have the skills even to be ready to write their business plan yet. So this program has been helping to develop folks to be prepared to and then to develop their business plan in conjunction with a mentor. However, the review committee has recommended, because this is a change from what the Women's Opportunity Center had previously used the funding for, is recommending moving this over into a one-time request to allow the program to develop and to see how it goes over its first year. And then finally, I will wrap with two for OAR. The first is our top priority. This is a project that the county has supported for 3 years prior to this with a 3-year one-time OTR. So this would be the first year where that multi-year OTR has expired. And we are requesting a continuation with a small increase, but a continuation of the support for OAR's Sunflower House Management. This is a program that supports, it provides a dozen rooms that are available for parolees who have returned to the community after incarceration. It helps to take pressure off of the jail and the shelter, and the results have been really very promising. 35% of Sunflower House residents maintain a full-time job compared to the 7% baseline of people who are not supported by that program. 58% of residents are employed full or part-time, and 25% are in school or college. So there's a lot of great results coming out of this program. If if this OTR were not to be funded, it would be a great challenge for OAR to continue to maintain the Sunflower House. They have successfully leveraged this funding to bring in funding from OTDA and from the opioid settlement funds. And so but they still need this funding to be able to make that program work. And then the final one is a more classic kind of maintenance of effort for OAR, and this is just to allow them to continue to meet their needs. In the non-cut budget, in the maintenance of effort budget, this was much smaller, but for OAR, demand has continued to increase overall. They served almost 1,200 unduplicated clients last year, and so far this year, they're already above that. So they are continuing to see greater demand, even though they had moved to a new location. They're continuing to see folks who are now coming to that location and liking it better. And so there's lots of good work coming out of this organization. Like many organizations, they're struggling with many of the costs related to being able to keep their employees. OAR has already, in response to the 5% cut, already eliminated a part-time outreach worker position, and they've cut another outreach worker position down in hours. They're also exploring cuts to the level of health insurance that they provide. So that was the roller coaster of OTRs.
Thank you. Cindy, did you want to say something?
No, just breathing.
I just wanted to point out that the double presentation here has gone over an hour, and we can take questions here on, 19 over targets, but we also have waiting for us presentations from the Office of the Aging, Tompkins Community Action, and Human Resources. So keep that in mind. Randy, you wanted to ask a question.
I'll be quick. So on OTR 3, is there funds already being provided in your budget for the Community Food Coalition Pantry, and if so, how much?
Yes, that is correct. So in the target, just make sure my line here, in the target, $100,000.
Okay. And my other one is on the INHS minor repair program. Is there any other funding going to them through COFA?
Yeah, that's where a portion of it does come from.
This would be in excess of
This would be excess of that. There is a person, if you have a detailed question, there is a person on, or there was at least a person on from INHS, if you'd like to get into the weeds.
That's okay, I was just curious. Thanks. Yeah.
Deborah was next, then we'll go to Lee.
Thank you. This isn't really a question about any specific OTR. It's just about a question about your target funding subsistence requests and your OTRs. I notice in a document that we received today, and I don't know if this came from y'all or if it came from, okay. I want to thank you for this because it's very helpful. Comparing the adopted 2024 county budget and the requests that were made for the 2025 budget, I noticed that really none of the agency recommendations were lowered, and some of them were even increased. And I wondered, obviously this was the product of your review board's work, what does that funding review process entail? Do you evaluate the performance of these agencies over time, over past years, to make sure that money's being used properly? If so, what metrics do you use?
Yeah, I can take that. So in a couple of different ways. So what we have done over the past few years is to establish a set of goals, like anyone would have, organizational goals. We are moving towards putting them into we had been moving towards putting them into the results-based accountability framework. We aren't exactly there yet. And so that's one piece of it. One piece of that is looking at is looking at the, the performance over time and what they said they would do versus what they actually did. As part of our process with the agencies, they submit both a written application and also then meet with the committee. So the written application is a part of it, and then there's a fairly intense, I would say, Q&A session with them as well. That may be where some of those, questions about, are you having some challenges? Are things going okay? How are things working? We also will see that one of the ways that the committee accommodated the new organizations or some of those increases to meet need within the target is by pulling other things out of the target. So, we gave you 2 examples with the Child Development Council and Women's Opportunity Center, where those were taken out to prioritize other organizations in the target.
So they come in and tell you what their goals are, and then you evaluate whether they met those goals that they set for themselves.
Well, and sometimes the goals come from, they come from conversations. We may have goals that come from other, if it's a, if it's a project that has a wider reach, or it's not just goals that they might provide to us for the grant, but also goals that might be, how do they meet the need in the community? What are they seeing as the demand? Are they trying to increase their services? Sometimes the goals might be directed by the committee around things like, we're noticing that much of your service population may not match the population of the county. And so the group may direct, we'd like to see you do some outreach or increase your numbers in rural areas. And so then we'll use the process in the subsequent year to be able to see how's that gone, how's that worked.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, we had Lee next.
I think Deborah may have just answered the question I was going to ask. I was looking for a list of agencies and services that are being funded underneath the target funding for. I've been looking for that too.
Yes, we had shared that as part of the process in July, and I think maybe it didn't get around, but I believe it was sent out now. I do have also physical copies if you need one.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, folks, you've done a wonderful job enlightening us here. And,
if any of you have other questions, feel free to reach out to us anytime.
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the folks from the agencies that came to. Next, we're going to the Office for the Aging. In your book.
This is Sarah DeFrank from the Food Bank of the Southern Tier. I just wanted to make a point of clarification, if I could, please.
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, I wanted to thank Cindy and John for representing us so well. I just wanted to let you all know that we do have some data on participation rates for our school food centers in Tompkins County. Those numbers are duplicated, but we have that we've served with our partners at the 3 locations, 4,000 children and about 7,500 individuals. And again, that is a duplicated number, but we are collecting data and we do have a case for success there. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Lisa? Lisa Monroe this time. Let's see, we've got, I believe, Lisa and Rodney May and Karen Bullis.
Yes, and Karen's going to be sharing her screen for me, and I'll try to keep it brief. But yeah, thank you for having us here. And I did want to introduce Rodney Main, our fiscal coordinator, and Karen Bullis, our deputy director. Thank you. Good. Okay.
You can see it?
See it? Okay, great. So yeah, I just want to remind everybody of our mission. It's really just to assist older adults and persons with long-term care needs who are not always over 60 to live independently in their homes and communities with quality of life and dignity. So our programs and services I'll talk about real quickly. In 2025, COFA will be able to maintain all of our directly provided and subcontracted services. We have 28 different programs. I'm not going to go through all of those, but I'll just mention 3 of our most critical core programs and extremely cost-saving programs that keep people safe at home and independent. It's our ISEP program, which is our expanded in-home services for the elderly program, which provides aid service, case management. Also our senior nutrition program, which provides home-delivered meals, congregate meals, nutrition education, and counseling. And our PERS program is a personal emergency response program. Those are the programs that our KPI are measured against. So you have that in your books. And that's about, those 3 programs are about 55% of our budget. So we do this with 11 subcontractors, and we have 26 different contracts. We have a relatively complicated budget. And the process that we go through to put it all together is kind of a puzzle matrix, patchwork quilt, whatever you want to call it. But to be accountable to the county, our stakeholders, the state and federal government, we have these 22 different funding streams that we have that Rodney is intimately familiar with. There's 9 federal, 9 state, 3 local, interdepartmental. One is in a grant, 1 grant that we have. We have 5 different fiscal years, so putting this little matrix together is always interesting. And we do this with 12 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees and our amazing partners and subcontractors in the community. So the budget impacts. With me, good. I'm just going right along. So we are able to absorb this 5% cut due to increased state allocations and a restructuring of the intrastate federal funding formula. The state, we received some additional unmet needs funding this year, which is a flexible funding stream we can really use to address needs and gaps, which is one. And basically, because of this allocation, well, this allocation was actually provided through some advocacy through the state for expansion, knowing that there's an increased need. However, this 5% cut won't allow us to expand, but we will be able to keep our current services without cutting any clients just by shifting this funding. So that's how we've done that. The intrastate federal IFF, or intrastate funding formula, federal funding formula, it's a tongue twister, is just really an allocation formula that is provided for our federal funding to all the New York area agencies on aging, or OFAs, whatever you'd like to call it. But it was required to be updated October 1st of this year as part of the reauthorization of the Older Americans Act. And there's specific factors that are included. It's a weighted funding formula based on population. For us, it's a few $100s in our Title III programs, a few $100s here, a few $1,000s there, but it's an increase where most of the counties around us are being cut. Again, it just speaks to the increase in our population in Tompkins, that is, and everywhere for that matter. That's really all I have. I had a few more things to say. I don't get up in front of you guys very often, so I figured gave me an opportunity, I'll use it, but I'll try to be quick because I know it's been a long night. I think, most of you heard this before about our population increasing. Kit mentioned it. It's been mentioned several times through other departments, I'm sure. 65 plus population has been dramatically increasing since 2011. About 10,000 people a day turn 65 in our country, and by 2023, all the baby boomers will be at least 65. And the oldest of those will be around 84, so that's a lot of people. But while that's all happening, the other age cohorts are shrinking due to various reasons. So what used to look like a demographic pyramid that we're used to, seeing the most needy older people at the top and the base being, younger people. That's not what it's looking like anymore. If you look at projections, it's more like a column. Of course, our data is skewed because of the Cornell students and IC students and the college-age students, but basically it looks more like a column, which, is going to have some systemic implications. There's just not going to be enough people to care for people, to support people, either formally or informally as they age. Older people are going to be working beyond traditional working years to fill those gaps and to afford just to live. So I think, just mentioning this, because I think we really need to take a long, hard look at what this implication means as we plan and do things in this community. I hear a lot of people talking about, aging population and how, their inability to access food and their fixed incomes and inability to maintain their homes and everything. And those are real issues. They're real issues that we try to, mitigate. They're every day. My staff work, hard to find solutions for people, but, moving forward, just talking about it is not going to be enough. I wanted to mention listening into the executive director from Gadabout testifying about their needs and their needs now and how this is just going to grow. So, it was confusing to me knowing these growing needs are happening and that we're trying to cut their budgets. That is interesting to me, but, it's going to create more transportation problems by tying the hands of our nonprofits. It's going to create gaps in service. That will trickle down to our department. We're going to spend more hours trying to figure out how to get people to their medical appointments, how to get them to the store, how to get them groceries, those kinds of things. Will become mobility managers without the funding to do so. And I will mention that, COFA was never really 100% restored from the 12% cut that we had in 2020. So now another 5% cut, even though, like I said, the advocacy has been done on the state level to result in this additional funding that we can shift this year. We're not going to be able to sustain that in years to come with this growing population. And especially, I want to mention, of course, the people that will be disproportionately affected is the most frail, the most low income, and the most underserved folks in our community. So you don't have to make any decisions today, but I fear that in years to come, we're going to have some OTRs to bring forward. Thank you, and we welcome any questions that you guys have. Mm-hmm.
Sobering, but very, very true,
Yeah.
A lot of us are baby boomers, and we know we're aging, so.
Yeah. Y'all are.
Questions, Randy?
Yes, on the minor repairs program that you're helping to fund, how much funding are you currently providing for that, and have you run out?
About $32,000. About $32,000.
From county, right?
Well, 26 is from county, 32 is from the unmet needs program. And we've been supplementing both of those with about $15,000 a year from NYSOFA ARPA funding, which ends this month.
Yes, so there's always a need. That additional funding we've given them the past 2 years, so there's still a waiting list. I just talked to Delia Yarrow from NHS the other day. There's 87 people on the waiting list. So it's.
Sorry, how many?
87.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? You made us all happy. Thank you very much. So much.
Speechless, at least.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
That's okay.
Let's go to Tappa's Community Action. Ms. Danielle's here. Welcome. Danielle Harrington.
Hi, friends. Corey is going to screen share for me the presentation.
Okay.
It's been a long night. Thank you. I will be brief. I'm just waiting for the presentation. For those of you who aren't so familiar with us, Tompkins Community Action, we're a nonprofit anti-poverty organization working to break the cycle of generational poverty. We have just over 100 full-time staff, and we provide a living wage at the 1845 and up plus benefits. Our work supports people living in poverty by focusing on early education activities. So that's Head Start, Early Head Start, the primary school supportive families program that's actually funded by COPS. So that's something else we have to think about as an organization. That's one of the potential other cuts. We do emergency food pantry. I know there's a lot of pantries in this community. One of the things that makes ours stand out is we do deliveries countywide as much as we can. And then housing is our other large program. We have rental assistance programs as well as supportive housing programs serving the most vulnerable folks in the community. We have thousands of households across Tompkins County. We use more than 20 funding sources from federal, state, and local sources. We also try to fill gaps in the community wherever is needed as things come up. During COVID, we helped Whole Health distribute COVID tests. We help the colleges and universities by doing internships and community fairs, things like that, to try to maximize our efforts wherever we can. Next slide, please. So the county support that we get helps us meet our federal matching requirements for Head Start and supportive housing. It also helps fill the gaps that we have for our emergency food pantry, and it helps us meet the living wage and COLA increases for our flat funded programs. Out of those 20+ funding sources, 2 provide a COLA increase, our Head Start grant, and then one of our housing grants allows for a 2% increase every year. So it's never enough, and this county support is flexible enough that helps us fill the gaps wherever we can without reducing services to the people that we're serving. Next slide. So we are hoping that we have put in our over target request to reinstate the 5% reduction. I know it looks like a small number from what we've been looking at tonight, but $13,519 is a big number for Tompkins Community Action. We have funding that's stacked. Everything is a domino. So it would be a loss to our Early Head Start program and to our food pantry. What we'll need to do is find alternative local dollars for our federal match, or risk losing a little bit of that federal dollars coming in. And then for the food pantry, it means less deliveries. And our deliveries are targeted for elderly, disabled, homebound families who cannot make it out to a food pantry to pick up themselves. Next slide. This is just the confirmation of that $13,000 amount. We have a large array of programs that we offer. It's hard to fit it into a few pages of a screen share. So I'd like to invite anybody who's interested. Our door's open and welcome to do tours of our main campus on Spencer Road in Ithaca. Although we're Ithaca-based, we do serve the entire county.
Well, thank you. That was brief. I know we're going to have some questions. You have quite an important program that we appreciate. I have a hand up from Mike Sigler.
Hi, I just wanted to say I recently worked with a Tia Rhodey out of your organization. She was tremendous. So
Thank you.
Very easy to work with and accomplished all the goals. So that was
Thank
good.
you. Tia, she actually works for our Making Moves mobility program, which is about moving families with children in school into higher opportunity areas and out of areas of concentrations of poverty. It's a 2-year program right now. We hope that it continues, and thank you. I will be sure to pass along that feedback.
Great. Thanks so much.
Deborah, then Lee.
This is not a question, it's just a compliment. I really want to thank you. I think your organization does a heck of a lot with very little.
Thank you very much.
Lee?
We just heard Human Services Coalition and had some just different discussions about the Community Food Coalition and the Southern Tier Food Bank. Are you affiliated
part of that,
partners with that
yes.
as well?
Yeah, so as I sit here tonight, I'm also reminded of all the other cuts that will trickle down to us. So yes, that will impact us even further than this cut that we're.
Okay. And you're and I think I heard you say you're targeted toward homebound that cannot get to the food
Yeah, the
pantries.
delivery side of things, yes. Our goal is to not say no to anybody who needs food. So like we just do as much as we can, but there will be times where we don't have gas money for the van sort of thing operationally.
I wanted to ask, it was only a few years ago that you built the new buildings on your campus, and they were for targeted population of young people, as I recall. How's that going? Is it filled up? Is there a waiting list? What's happening there?
Yes, sure. So on our main campus, the two buildings that we built in 2019, right before COVID, Harriet G. Nellis Child Care Center, which is 5 classrooms of early Head Start and Head Start, and then our supportive housing project, Amici House, which is the 5-story tall building. That is always full. It's targeted to 18 to 25-year-olds. Most of the young people living in that building have exited foster care with no place to go. We have a lot of partnerships with other organizations in the community to do cooking classes, educational programs. Some of the young people with children, their little ones and toddlers go to school at the child care center, which allows the parents to take classes, go to work, all kinds of things. It doesn't nearly meet the need of unhoused young people in the community.
So there are a lot of applications?
Yes, we use the Human Service Coalition. Cindy mentioned the continuum of care and the coordinated entry system. Our project is a permanent housing program, which means it's a 12-month lease, and you can stay as long as you are being a good leaseholder, leasee. And we serve the most vulnerable. So those folks, those kids at that building, we call them kids, young people, they don't mind. They're part of our family. They're part of the community, but I try to be mindful of that.
When they reach 25, do they graduate out?
No. Because it's a permanent housing site, as long as they are 18 to 25 when they move in, they can stay as long as they need to. Most of our young people move within 12 to 18 months. Usually out when they come to the top of the Section 8 waiting list and move out into the community, but they stay connected to us. So when there's an issue, they call us and we're there to help. But they don't stick around as long as some of our other permanent housing programs because they're ready. They're ready to be out in the community.
Travis.
Not a question, just a thanks for being such a wonderful community partner and doing all the work that you all do.
Thank you.
And always being ready to answer a question or help out at the drop of a dime. Thank you.
Thank you. We are people helping people. That's our goal of the day. Thank you.
Anyone else? Danielle, thank you so much for your presentation and your comments, and it's very helpful. Thanks for waiting.
Thanks. And if you guys have any questions down the road, 6 months from now, like Travis said, you just shoot me an email or call me and we will answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, last but certainly not least is our Human Resources Department. And Ruby Pulliam and Larry Workman are here. They're sort of the cleanup batters, I guess.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Not used to seeing you at this time of the night, at least in person.
Thank you for waiting.
Obviously, this was important for me to be here. I'll just have to drive around 30, 35 miles an hour in the dark going back home.
Let me leave first.
A running start. It's cold.
And he's my representative.
That's why he wants a running start, because you're in his district.
All right, Larry will be manning the PowerPoint. Okay, we'll make this short and quick. Thank you again for this opportunity to present our budget this year. I'll go right to it. As you know, the Human Resources Department supports 28 county departments and 26 municipal partners. We're structured basically in 3 functional areas: that's civil service, benefits, and personnel. We looked to see, at least I looked to see, we were trying to distinguish between essential services and services that were good but may not be absolutely necessary. But most of the things that we do, even that dreaded parking enforcement of this complex, you know, even the parking is authorized by resolution. So there are things that we have to do. I listed the laws and the regulations that we are guided by, including New York State Civil Service Law, Fair Labor Standards, a variety of civil service and human rights law, our collective bargaining agreements, our administrative policies, our code of ethics. HR is guided by laws and regulations, and that provides a framework for the work that we do. So, surprisingly, looking for reductions is not easy, especially when we're already at capacity in some tasks. We've done, in 2022, I eliminated a position as part of the budget reduction at that time. Since then, we've had voluntary supplemental benefits initiative that's been successful. COVID leaves are still active. We have county paid life insurance. We have the HELP program. All of these are new initiatives that are good initiatives, but it takes time, it takes staff capacity, it takes funding. We've been creative in our staffing capacity, such that we use retirees for assistance for exam monitoring for our peak periods for the Blue for You clinics, which has been extended to all contractual bargaining units right now. When I started, it wasn't all bargaining units. We've used, well, I've kind of adjusted work hours for 3 members of our staff who are authorized for 40 hours a week, but we've used them at times for 30, 35, so that I could leverage the 0.5 position to create an information aid position. So I've been creative trying to get staff to do the work that we need to do. So a reduction in anything other than we couldn't do with positions. So I chose to take the 5% reduction through the training and travel fund, the countywide training and travel fund. This 5% reduction in the countywide training fund will result in fewer opportunities for performance improvement, skill development, professional development, and coaching. I put in parentheses our figures year to date. Year to date, we've provided training funds for 75 individuals, 3 leadership coaching, which is different from just training, seminars and workshops, 4 department group trainings. The funding has been spread over 21 departments overall. So we made a great push to make sure that everyone in the county knew these funds were available and that we used them to everyone who needed them, as long as it was related to their job or some other process. A reduction in this account, I think, is also a financial liability to the organization. And I say that because many of the employee relations issues that have come to HR and eventually led to human rights complaints could have been addressed at the department level, either at the first line supervisors, mid-managers. If they were addressed at that level, it would not have come to a complaint where we actually ended up having to get legal counsel or make settlements. I looked at invoices from our labor attorneys just for 2 of the cases that, just to give you an example. With all the legal fees, the retainer that we have to pay, the investigations, which includes interviews, emails, review, position statements, all of that, it's an average of $15,000 per case. Imagine 5 cases in 2 months. That's more than the 1 FTE that I'm requesting in over target. And the one that we had to do a pretty big settlement is definitely more than 1 FTE would cost to add to the department. So with that in mind, that's one of the reasons why I said, okay, travel and training, we'll do an OTR request for a training and development coordinator as far as the staffing, and to request the restoration of the 4.4 FTE to make that half-time FTE a full-time FTE, so that all of our employees can work the average, the maximum of 40 hours per week. So this one-time funding for, well, this 1 FTE for the training and development coordinator would alleviate some of the impact of reducing the travel and training fund. How? By coordinating the training developments that we all have across the county, forming an in-house team of trainers that could provide some of the training that we're now outsourcing. This development coordinator would also coordinate training opportunities that are provided through our partners, through Romer, through Triad, through Cornell. There are opportunities available, but we don't have the staff to dedicate to actually locating, identifying those trainings, and making sure that we're set up to receive them. So with the funding of 1 FTE for the training and development coordinator, we can mitigate some of the impact of reducing the funds from the travel and training fund. Okay, the next OTR was the restoration of the money taken from the travel and training fund. Again, we've said the benefits of it. We use this fund for individual professional development. We use it for performance improvements. We use it for coaching when there are disciplinary issues within departments. So it's effective and it's used effectively. So that's the request for the OTR to restore the $69,563. Our last OTR is a maintenance of effort OTR for the Nogales archiving solution. Our current payroll system only has data from 2021 to current employee data. In order for us to meet our reporting requirements for the New York State retirement system, in order to answer court orders or subpoenas of any employment data prior to 2021, we have to have this system. This system pulled all the data from the previous system and has it on a cloud that's hosted and maintained by Nogales. So this is really a maintenance of effort, and it was recommended in the county administrator's recommended budget. With that being said, that's my presentation. Any questions?
Well, I'm sure there are. Let's see, we've got Lee Shurtleff with a question.
Looking at the over target for the archiving solution, 3 years at 26.5, are you anticipating after 3 years service contract to maintain that, or why the 3 years?
From my understanding, this was a software system that was in ITS. It's being transferred to HR because we're the primary users of it. ITS had the 3-year agreement. It ends October 2025. So ITS will be continuing that cost through October 2025, at which point we have to enter into another agreement. So I'm assuming because we need it, and it's easier when someone else is hosting the cloud, that we would continue this arrangement.
Randy.
Yeah, in your presentation, I know you support many other municipalities, BOCES, other people. which is great, but I don't see any revenue from any of those.
No, there's no
entities.
revenue.
You're not allowed to charge
We're
them?
civil service administration for all of those municipalities and entities. We don't charge exam fees. We don't charge for that. That's part of our organization as far as a civil service unit.
And no, they don't give you any funding for that when you're supporting, okay.
No.
I think it's
By
great that you
law-
are. I think,
By law, the only entity that could provide funding for civil service administration is a Board of Education entity. But we don't do that.
okay, thank you.
Something called an unfunded state mandate comes to mind. Let's go Susan, then Deborah.
It's not a question, but several years ago, when I was library director, I was on a New York State task force for civil service, and Tompkins County was held up as an example of one of the best departments, personnel departments. I think that's still true in terms of how they set up the taking the test accessible.
Correct.
And training and all of that. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Correct. Tompkins County was one of the first entities that did not charge for exam fees. This year, last year really, a lot of the other entities are starting as a recruitment booster.
Deborah.
Thank you. So I'm confused because in the budget book, you have 3 over target requests. And excluding the Nogales archiving OTR that Lisa recommended, there's one for human resources staffing.
That's the 1.4 staffing.
So is that the new position, or is that?
It's 1 FTE, that's the training and development coordinator. The 0.4 is to supplement the 0.6 that we already have in our budget.
Okay. So.
And the other.
There's a 1.5, there's what?
We started with 1.5, but when budget did the calculations, if you would notice on the FTE chart, for 2025, they have a 0.6. So, which means that our over-target request was reduced to 0.4 instead of the 0.5 that we originally requested.
But that is not the source of my confusion.
Okay. That was Andy.
The source of my confusion is that I understand that this new position would be like a training coordinator to bring a lot of this stuff in-house. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then there's the second maintenance of effort, countywide travel and training. Aren't those kind of overlapping?
They are. As a matter of procedure, anything that we suggested for the 5% cut, an LTR was put there to restore it, just in case.
So you know you're not going to get both of these in a million years. Which one would most immediately meet your needs?
The 1 FTE. That was deliberately placed there because it would mitigate the reduction in the training and travel fund.
Okay, thanks.
Ann?
Yeah, so I appreciate that position being in here as an OTR, because I know it's something that some of us have talked about over the years, of more training that was here, that was focused on what we really needed here, and then so that people would have the same training across the board, and so we could all get trained in the values and the procedures and all the different stuff. Sorry, I'm not as eloquent as I am earlier in the day. You know, all that stuff that we need, and so I think this is really would be, you know, where we would. I'm not sure we can fund this. I'm not saying that yet, but just thinking. And in some ways, it would save time because you have people selecting their own stuff to go to not that we want to get rid of all of that, and then the travel training, or the time to travel there and all of that time. So I know we had a little bit of countywide training on some LGBTQ issues and a few years back, and that was really helpful, got a lot of good conversations going, and so I'm glad you're looking at that again.
And several departments have trainers on staff already. They are offering training on de-escalation, conflict resolution. It's offered across the county, but without someone to coordinate it and make sure it's available to all staff, then there's a disconnect.
Right.
And Romer offers training, our labor attorneys offers several trainings. Cornell has free trainings. So a lot of things that we're outsourcing now can be brought in-house using our own people and tailored so that it's county specific.
Travis.
Just an acknowledgement. As a longtime city employee, I definitely see the benefits of having somebody in-house to do that training. We've had for many, many years, and it's reflective in what we see happening with the city. So I definitely understand why it's important and appreciate y'all asking for it.
Thank you.
Many years ago, back then it was, I think the Board of Representatives was interested in what was going around called total quality management. And we came up with our own version of it called Partners for Quality. I think there's some mugs out there in the kitchen with that on them. At that time, the idea was exactly what you're talking about, was to train trainers in all the departments in this management style to make it better for customers. And it went on for 2 or 3 years, but eventually the legislature cut out the position that you're talking about. So it sounds very similar to that at this point. Anyone else? Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Nice presentation.
Have a good night.
Now remember, folks, our meeting tomorrow night. Our meeting Monday and Tuesday nights with the remainder of our presentations. So wanted to make sure you all remember that. We ready to quit? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
26th, the 26th is canceled then.
Yeah, I think we decided that because we have, Katrina would have to
Just making sure, taking it off.
notice it as a special meeting.
Send you a message tomorrow when I automatically cancel it in the system.
All right.
Thanks very much to all of our staff.